Greetings, brothers and sisters. Today is August 31st, 2024. Forgive the flyer. The correct date is it's the 105th celebration of the International African Independence Day. Originally took place August 31st, 1920. So this is the 105th, celebration. So welcome. Be hosted by Atlanta Division 421, Chicago Division 429, Chicago Division 401 should be joining us. I see Baltimore Division 106 has joined us, and we're also expecting Washington, D.C. Division 330, their support. So we've got a full program for tonight, for this evening. Everyone should have, have the email, and the email outlines the program. But as always, we want to make sure we start our programs and our ceremony celebrations correctly. And with that, we have to make sure we honor our traditions and our rituals. So the first thing that we'll do is our pledge to the UNIA flag. We'll do call and response, and then I'll follow that up with our one of our rituals, shine on eternal light. So if you would, or I'll make it like this. Okay. If you would, please rise to your feet, put your black fists in the air, and repeat after me. I commit my body, mind, and spirit.
I commit my body, mind, and spirit
to the protection, defense, and security.
To the protection, defense, and security
of the red, black, and green.
Of the red, black, and green.
I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa.
I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa.
And the liberation of her scattered black children.
And the liberation of her scattered black children.
I accept for myself and my descendants.
I accept for myself and my descendants
the teachings of universal African nationalism.
The teachings of universal African nationalism.
And I promise that our children will be instilled.
And I promise that our children will be instilled
with the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people.
With the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people.
In order that the cause of our struggle
will
neither falter nor fail. Until all Black people are free and united.
Until all Black people are free and united.
Through one God. One aim. One destiny. Grace First family. You may be seated. You can mute your lines for the most part. If you got any questions, please refer to the chat primarily. Just muted myself. Okay. We'll follow that up with shine on eternal light. Why does this look like this? I didn't make it like this. There we go. Shine on eternal light to greet our souls this day, dispel the gloominess of night and drive our doubts away. Our longing eye prepare when war and strife shall cease, to view the morn soon to appear, the new era of peace. Thy glorious church, O God, no kingdom can remove, made without hands, this blessed abode, the harbinger of love. Of all the gifts that flow from thy great throne above, we ask thee, on our hearts bestow the gift of perfect love. My soul the light receives and dares the truth to prove, not in blind ignorance believes, but knows that God is love. Come, love, and give new birth to man's destructive mind, spread where confusion reigns on earth, goodwill to all mankind. Shine on, eternal light, thy penetrating ray shall turn the hour of darkest night into eternal day. Amen. Okay, that takes care of our opening rituals. So I'm gonna have to do a double duty for a minute until Brother Shaka gets online. But one of the things that we were going to acknowledge, and I didn't complete this, so y'all gonna have to bear with me. But we're gonna acknowledge the 1920 High Council, the members that served in the High Council in 1920, knowing what those offices are and who the individuals were. We'll also look at their salaries. And that's one of the things that I failed to complete was the conversion of their salary into modern time. But I'll just do that on the fly. But so we're looking at the High Council of 1920. When we start with Gabriel Johnson, who was the potentate at the time. We have to refer to our Constitution. We're not going to, Shaka probably would have done a description of each of the offices, but I'll say refer to the Constitution for the description of the office. Gabriel Johnson served as a potentate. His salary in 1920 was $12,000. Then there was G.O. Mark, who served as Supreme Deputy. And at 1920, he had a salary of $6,000. Then we have Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey, who served as the President General. In 1920, he had a salary of $10,000. And I do know his conversion, excuse me, I'm not supposed to see that. His converts to 157 and some change. And I can convert the others based on that, but that's the one I was able to look up. I mean, I can, all of them is just a conversion calculator, but 10,000 is the only one that I actually converted. Reverend Dr. J.D. Gordon served as the Assistant President General under a salary of $6,000 in 1920. Then there was Reverend Dr. J.D. Brooks, who was the Honorable Secretary General, earning a salary of $6,000 in 1920. J.B. Yearwood, who served as the Assistant Secretary General, earning a salary of $4,500. And there was Reverend Dr. Geo.A. McGuire, served as the Chaplain General, and in 1920 he had a salary of $5,000 paid by the UNIA. We had Honorable Henrietta Vinton Davis, who served as the International Organizer and had a salary of $6,000. Reverend Dr. Stewart served as Chancellor. His salary was not listed in the records that we had access to. Dr. D.D. Lewis, Surgeon General, salary of $6,500. Reverend Fred Toot, Speaker in Convention, had a salary of $3,000. Reverend Dr. Eligor served as Commissioner General. Salary was not listed as well. And Captain E.L. Gaines served as the Minister of Legions, earning a salary of $3,000. And the reason why we're going through this, pardon me for not explaining. Again, today, this is the 105th International African Independence Day. We'll get into the inception of that day through the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World later in the program. But one of the things that we had discussed, and we always discuss amongst the UNIA, is reclaiming the glory, so to speak. Mr. Garvey left us a black print. He left us a example of success. So why wouldn't we start there when we're trying to replicate that success? So we wanted to make sure that we looked at the officers and made sure that we, Mr. Garvey didn't do this by himself, first and foremost. And, also the fact that we were able to fund our officers based on the income that we got through membership. So if we want to duplicate these accomplishments, we should understand the goals, so to speak. So we need to be bringing in enough funds to, our president general should be making $157,000, basically, from converting from 1920. So that would mean our assistant president generals, let me see, that's a little over half, maybe 85,000, maybe $90,000 for assistant president general, secretary general. Going down a little bit further, this may be what, it's not exactly half. This may be like 75,000. This would be exactly half. So this is more like 75, almost 80,000. But we should understand the numbers. We should understand the goals. Mr. Garvey, and that's kind of the theme of today, was what man has done, man can do. So if Mr. Garvey and the UNIA were able to do this in 1920, we need to be thinking about what it takes to be able to accomplish this in 2024. And one of those things is being able to pay your officers. So, all right. So that is High Council of 1920 with some of the conversions. I think the Marcus Garvey 10,000 should kind of let everybody know an estimate of the not transfer factor, but it's a 15, I think 15.7 multiple from 1920 to today. So every dollar in 1920 is $15.70 today. And that's, you could just multiply each of these and get that value. As we talk about the High Council of 1920, we should also be aware of, we did just come out of a convention, 2024 convention. This was an election convention, and this convention solidified the current officers of the UNIA and the officers that will be the High Executive Council, most likely for the next 4 years. So as we had Marcus Garvey in 1920, the current president general for our administration is Michael R. Duncan, where we had, let me see, who was the High Chancellor? Reverend Dr. Stewart was the Chancellor. Our Chancellor now is Raymond Duguay, where we had Assistant President General of Dr. J.D. Gordon. Now we have Assistant President General Raymond Duguay, Assistant President General Ogu Idakwoji, Third Assistant President General, and recently elected Brother Oster Bryan, and Fourth Assistant President General Brother Quahir Asar Khan. So this is our current High Executive Council. And again, as a body to rebuild and recreate the accomplishments of the UNIA, we should be associating salaries with each of these positions and thinking as divisions, as members, as an organization, how we can fund these salaries. Okay. One of the things that we also wanted to point out was an aspect of jurisdiction. When you look at the Universal Negro Improvement Association Constitution, one of the first things that is discussed is jurisdiction. And it says that, I got it here, but it's in essence, anywhere Negro people reside, that's the jurisdiction of the UNIA. This body shall be, so this Article 1 of the Constitution, Section 1, this body shall be known as the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. Its jurisdiction shall include all communities where people of Negro blood and African descent are to be found in it alone, and through the potentate and supreme commissioner hereinafter spoken of, and his successors are vested powers to establish subordinate divisions and other organizations whose objects shall coalesce and be identical with those herein set forth. And its mandate shall be obeyed at all times and under all circumstances to the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League through the authority of potentate is reserved the right to fix, regulate, and determine all matters of a general or international nature as affecting the objects of the organization and the membership at large. But at any rate, the jurisdiction of the UNIA is the world. And how is that jurisdiction broken up on the High Executive Council level? So according to Article 4 of our Constitution, titled Officials, Officers, Elections, and Appointments, states that the rulers of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, and this is prior to our amendments, shall be potentate, supreme commissioner, supreme deputy, President General Administrator, First Assistant President General, Second Assistant President General, who shall also be titular leader of American Negroes. So the Second Assistant President General, per the original Constitution, was the leader of American Negroes, and the Third Assistant President General was the leader of Negroes in the West Indies, South, and Central America. So it speaks to the delegation of responsibility amongst the High Council. Mr. Garvey, as the leader of Africans throughout the world, he still had to divide up that delegation amongst his assistant president general. So as the Constitution states, Second Assistant President General would be the leader of American Negroes. Third Assistant President General would be the leader of the West Indies, South, and Central America. The original name of the UNIA ACL, I think I'm going to save that for Brother Shaka. I don't want to, yeah, I'm going to save that for Brother Shaka. I know he will handle that. So we'll skip over the original aim and original name. We'll come back to that in just a moment, but we're trying to get a flow of. We looked at the High Council and we looked at the modern High Council, and now we're trying to look at the flow of success, how we got to this pinnacle point of the first International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World in 1920. And part of that is the original name of the UNIA-ACL. But again, Brother Shaka will break that down. While we wait for that, one of the things that we wanted to look at is the oath. So we are aware of the accomplishments in some sense. We've just saw some of the people, some of the names, some of the jurisdictions and salaries. But what about the oath that they had to take? What type of promises, what type of commitments were our people, our ancestors, willing to make to the race? And that we also think that this is one of the components of success for us to be able to make these commitments, to make these promises, to make these pledges. And that's why we do the pledge to the red, black, and green flag. We have to take that serious, commitment of our mind, body, and spirit to the protection, defense, and security of the red, black, and green. If we are really committing to that pledge, then we have to ask ourselves, what are we not willing to do? Are we willing to study the extra lessons? Are we willing to attend, the extra events, put in the extra time, do the charitable work? Are we really willing to commit our body, mind, and spirit to the protection of the red, black, and green, which means the protection of the organization, the people, but also the principles. And how can we protect what we don't know? So we have to take this serious. We have to take these oaths serious, and we have to take the responsibility of leadership in the UNIA serious, and that's to all divisions. So, oath of the UNIA, and this is still in our Constitution. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're gonna get to that, brother. Brother Moyman, do you want to address that? You want to speak for you are a student of Brother Shaka.
Yeah, I'm definitely a long-time member of the Marcus Garvey Institute and student of Brother Shaka. I know he personally was looking forward to breaking down the terminology.
Yes.
And to the, not only the original name, but the current name. Originally, we were called the Universal Negro Improvement and Conservation Association and African Communities Imperial League. And there's a lot of reasons, for that. Each one of those words have a strong meaning, very descriptive meaning that we should reflect upon. Even, the universal means so many things to so many people. And the reason why behind, the universality of it, particularly as Mr. Garvey was coming back, from his epiphany on board the ship, and he was approached by a Caribbean or West Indian brother with a Basuto wife, and he was describing all the atrocities that were happening in Azania and throughout, Africa, and all the horrific things that he encountered. And so, the scope of the program began to widen in Mr. Garvey's mind, to a universal program, universal geographically as well as universal in scope of our, different ways of organizing and improving the status of the race, as well as, when you think of a multiverse, when you think of a universe, it's the unification of all the other things. It's like a universal umbrella of which all these things can fit under. And so universality is a unifying term as well as an all-encompassing term, which shows us, universal problems deserve universal solutions. And so anyway, I know Brother Shaka, he wanted to go into each and every term and its significance, and I wouldn't, dare try to steal his thunder. Exactly. But yeah, I just wanted to give just a little, taste of the importance of us understanding and being able to, because everything that we are talking and learning from one another, and particularly from Brother Shaka, is the last living student, graduate student of a graduate student of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, is that we're learning not only what things mean, but also how to defend Mr. Garvey. You may know my background with the Jehovah's Witnesses in my younger years, and everything that we trained under as Jehovah's Witnesses was how to go out and defend the position of the organization, against all, people who tried to undermine everything that we say. And we became pretty sharp because we studied day in, day out, and we hit the streets and we had to prove ourselves, tested by fire. So in a similar vein, you can't really represent and, honor your oath to this association if you're not willing to go out and hit the streets. And in order, before you can hit the streets, you got to know how to defend everything that you understand and believe, and know, with confidence that you are right. As Mr. Garvey, when he wouldn't go out to speak, he had confidence. In order to say you are the greatest orator of the race today, you had everybody in that city coming out to see you. What? Who you think he is? Let me see what this guy has to say. And they packed the, churches, packed the halls, and everywhere else he went, and because he had confidence in his message, and he was going to be the, a man of very few peers and certainly no superiors. So, he came with that confidence that we need also. But again, like that, I just wanted to, put the term out there since you mentioned the original word. That was the main reason for me making that post.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understand. And yeah, we'll save that for Brother Shaka to elaborate. But I know he's looking forward to that. So we'll save that. Let me see. With that, as we were discussing, And this is all in sync. The oath of the UNIA, which can be found in our constitutions. So if you would, please, you can come off mute if you would like to make the oath. You don't have to, I'll read the entire oath, but I will pause for individuals to say their name in that space provided. So please, if you would like, you can come off mute and prepare to say your name in just a moment. So the oath to the UNIA as found in the Constitution, Article 25. And this is the oath that we've all taken since day one of the UNIA. So I, Brother John Hargrove.
I, Brother Everett Winchester.
I, Brother Art Carson.
In the presence of the supreme God of the universe and all persons here assembled, do solemnly vow that I do here and now dedicate my whole life to the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League and the cause of the redemption of my motherland, Africa, that I shall never disgrace myself or my uniform by insubordination or contemptuous behavior of any kind, that I shall discreetly and to the best of my ability, spiritually, mentally, and physically defend the cause of the UNIA and ACL from all enemies within and without, and also do my utmost to build up and protect the morale of its members to the end that God's divine purpose be speedily accomplished in the ultimate freedom of all mankind from slavery and despoliation, and particularly the cause of the redemption of Africa. Very powerful. But as Brother Moriamau alluded to, we must be able to spiritually, mentally, and physically defend the cause of the UNIA and ACL from all enemies within and without. So thank you, everyone, for participating. Yeah. And the next item that we were going to look at for this program, which is another one for Brother Shaka, was Mr. Garvey's quote regarding a black man's king and his kingdom, or as he also said, the black man's government. So we know, let me see. We are taught that Mr. Garvey got this epiphany or had this thought as he was traveling back from his travels in Central America and in Europe and traveling back to Jamaica. Some say it was after his reading of Booker T. Washington's Up from Slavery, his autobiography. But in essence, Mr. Garvey began to question our race and question the needs of our race. And the questions that he asked, he said, where is the black man's government? Where is his king and his kingdom? Where is his president, his country, and his ambassador, his army, his navy, his men of big affairs? I could not find them, Mr. Garvey says, and he declared, quote, I will help to make them. So this is another declaration. This is a statement that a claim, that no one else is doing it. So I guess it's up to me, and it's up to us as a race, as members in the UNIA-ACL, as followers of Mr. Garvey. As Brother Moriamau mentioned, that universality. This is the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So any ideas about trying to develop a universal program, you're following Mr. Garvey. So any ideas of a world government for African people, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, Mr. Garvey came with the idea first. And he was the first to put a public claim on the world record stating that he would help to make this great body, this great government. He would help to make the entity that would help to protect and provide for Africans throughout the world, whether on the homeland or throughout the diaspora. And we, as followers of Mr. Garvey, as Garveyites and members of the UNIA, we accept that same responsibility. And you know, that's what this is about. That's what the oath is about. So we you know, we do this within our jurisdiction on our level. So I handle this within the city of Atlanta in Georgia, Brother Everett within the city of Baltimore and Maryland, and we have individuals in New York, Chicago, DC, Los Angeles, and other parts of the world that have accepted that same responsibility. You know, we're not going to just sit back and watch the conditions of our people deteriorate over time. We take a position of ownership. So again, I'll let Brother Shaka elaborate on that further when he gets back. But I believe this is a fundamental component of Garveyism is seeing the needs of our race and stepping up to take ownership and responsibility for those needs. Mr. Garvey says in the Course of African Philosophy that, you know, there's only 3 phases in life. You're going to be a child once, and when you're a child, you're supposed to play around. He said, and you're going to be a man once. And he said, when you're a man, that's when it's time to be serious. And I consider that things like the pursuit of government, the pursuit of politics, the pursuit of protection for your posterity, you know, living for something, as Mr. Garvey said in Lesson 20. But we can't just sit around and play around and just be subject to what others believe is best for us. At some point, we as a people, we as a race have to stand up as men and women, as Brother Shaka teaches, you know, or reminds us through Mr. Garvey. We have to have a backbone and not a wishbone. So we have to be self-determining, self-reliant, and self-governing. So if we're not willing to do that, you know, we need to take off the title of Garveyites. We need to stop disrespecting the red, black, and green flag. Greetings, Brother Shaka. I think he's still joining. But at the end of the day, during this celebration, that's something we should understand. This is serious work, and that's what I've come to realize even more so over this summer is, you know, the seriousness of these responsibilities. Brother Shaka, you there? Okay, Brother Shaka's still joining, or you on mute? I don't know.
Yeah, if I may,
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that that particular question you were mentioning that Mr. Garvey, the soul piercing question he asked about where's our Army, Navy, you know, government, men of big affair, etc. This was one of the questions I recall in studying Dr. Maulana Karinga, and as another one I can't think of right now. It's the main question that actually converted them to nationalism. It was that question of, you know, us not having remedy to some of our issues and problems in anyone else's government that led eventually to us formulating our own nation state and our own empire in the minute of right.
We lost you, Brother. We lost him. Brother Moyama, you there?
Yeah.
You're in and out, brother.
Yeah. I was just saying that, you know, that question is what provoked a lot of thinking in a lot of people when he put that in the Current History magazine, his autobiography, you know, what led him to develop the nation state formations in all parts of the world to form this League of Independent Black Communities all over the globe that corresponded and protected one another and provided and, engaged in commerce with one another. This whole concept came because, he was looking for the remedies from other powers, that were denying our humanity. They didn't want to offer us anything. And after being sick of asking them and not wanting to give up on a solution, the idea just came, well, where's our government? Why are we having to ask them for some things? Other nations don't have to do that. That's when, that idea just is an overwhelming revelation that just hit them. And something all of us at some point need to question, even in this era of electoral politics where we look to a lot of things for solutions to our problems. Some things, we can, not saying it's bad to vote or anything like that, but there comes a point when if you want to be self-reliant, you have to rely upon us to do things for us and not rely on someone outside of ourselves. That's a betrayal of that concept. So the point where he really, hit home and saw the vision of how to respond came from that that very, very powerful question that, really, touched a lot of people, after he himself was, inspired to respond to that question affirmatively.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I just got on. Can you hear me now?
Greetings, Brother Shaka. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Let me first of all, if I might, just take a moment to apologize for being late. You know that if it was possible to not be late, I would have made sure I wasn't. I was in a funny situation. I went to the International Holiday Celebration / National Black Business Month celebration. And of course, I wanted to make my contribution because I figured I could say what I wanted to say, and I'm going to say this evening in two places, here and at the event that I went to earlier. And next thing I know, they were making me the master of ceremonies. So a program that I had planned to be there for a short period of time so that my wife and I and my father could get back to this Zoom call on time. It just went all to pieces, especially with the President General being there, First Assistant President General being there, Secretary General being there, my wife being awarded by the President General. It was just quite problematic. That's why I called Brother John and I said that I'm running late. So please forgive me. I don't know exactly what where we are on the agenda, but I do need to comment on something that was just said as a perhaps reason for the Alma Marcus Garvey saying, "Where is the black man's king and his kingdom?" There were no black people advocating for a king and a kingdom. But the Alma Marcus Garvey asked, where is his king and his kingdom? There were no black men advocating for an army or a navy. So why is he asking, where is the black man's army and his navy? Where is his ambassadors? Where is his men and women of big affairs? I would suggest that his travels into Europe and seeing the kings and queens, the emperors of Europe, made him wonder why we didn't, because his feeling has always been that he was equal to any human being that walked this earth, that our people likewise were equal, if not better than any human beings that walked this earth. So if he saw that they had armies and navies, and they have armies and navies, and they parade their armies and navies. After 2 years of being there, there were many instances where, as he traveled through those 9 countries, he saw their armies. He saw them parading their armies, parading their tanks, parading their armaments through the streets of their capitals to demonstrate that they had these things, and that these things were what they would use to have their way in the world. And so we didn't have those things. And so he said, I will help to make them. And so Brother John and others made us aware several times over these collaborative efforts this summer that he had said those things, and we always have revisited him saying that, because I think Morima is right that we will have to ask ourselves, where are the things, not the kings and the kingdoms and the armies and the navies, but where is the Universal African Legion? Where is the Universal African Motor Corps? Where is the juvenile department? Where are our bands? Where are our choirs, 200 strong in various divisions of the UNIA? Where are our Black Cross nurses? Where's our African Communities League? Where's our Negro Factories Corporation? Where's our Black Star Line? Forget about what white folks have. Let's ask the question, and I think we will ask the question, and I'll end with this. We will ask the question, where are the things that the Honorable Marcus Garvey gave us? And what do we need to do to get them back? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, Brother Shaka. And that's what I mentioned in the beginning of the program as we celebrate the 105th International African Independence Day. That's the question of how we rebuild. How do we implement the Black print left by Mr. Garvey? The theme of tonight's celebration, as we discussed, what man has done, man can do. And I would particularly say what the UNIA has done, the UNIA can do. So we have to rebuild. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Brother Shaka, we did save the original name of the UNIA-ACL. We went over that. Well, we went past it. We didn't want to misinterpret the original name.
Well, thank you for stalling for me to get here. But I need to just pause because I have so much respect for so many brothers and sisters that are on this call. I mean, I just came from meeting with the President General and Secretary General and the Minister of Industry and Labor, the Commissioner General. Who else? Oh, High Chancellor. And that was nice. But then I come in this, oh yeah, I mean, the Hebrews, I mean, the Muslims, the Moors, the Nation of Islam was there, represented by their ministry at our event. And I acknowledged them all once I became the MC. But I come here and I'm looking at the names. I mean, it's almost, is this for real? Are these people really on this call? At this international holiday? I mean, this is amazing. And so I'm gonna give you what I have in terms of my assignment and whatever your wishes are from the knowledge that I have. Just give me a minute to one, catch my breath, and two, to say hello.
Yes, sir.
To all the brothers and sisters that are here. My wife just asked me, how many people are on here?
16.
16 people are on here from different parts of the country. So I greet all of you with the motto of the UNIA, one God, one aim, one destiny. I greet you with the slogan of the UNIA, Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. And I also thank all of you for the work that you're doing to continue to keep alive the teachings and philosophy and the programs of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey by being members in various divisions and having the confidence, because that's what it's going to take to get us through all of this. As the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, our faith must be confidence in self. So I see some very confident brothers and sisters that are on this call. So give me a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, and I'll be ready to give you my full but brief presentation, okay?
Not a problem. Take your time, Brother Shaka. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
One thing that
excuse me, bro. My wife, as you know, is just received an award from the President General for her service, and I think I mentioned the other day, our family made a significant contribution to the building fund, and she serves as the financial secretary of our division. I'd like for her to say hello to you all while I prepare to give you my presentation. Hold on 1 second.
Please, thank you. Sister Qamar.
Yes, greetings.
Greetings. How you doing?
Yeah. Excellent. I don't know how it is, the weather is where you all are, but it's absolutely beautiful here. Was, I think, like 80 and sunny.
Mm.
And in fact, I just had a glimpse of the souvenir journal, and Brother Hargrove, that was a very nice picture of you in there.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Use.
Yeah. We Chicago has two divisions, 429 and 401, and jointly with a couple of other organizations, we had a mini parade and then outdoor festival, and free food. We had good vendors. It could have been, of course, it could have been more people, but the few that were there were mighty in spirit. I got a chance to see some people I haven't seen in a while, and I was absolutely shocked when I looked up and saw Raymond and the President General. They were there to honor the elders and also presented three, I'm quoting what they said, three outstanding elders from all over the country. And those three elders happened to come out of Chicago, and I happened to be one of them. I was totally shocked and pleasingly pleasant. It's a wonderful feeling to love and to be loved in return by our family, because that's what we are. We are a family. Absolutely. And one with one God, one aim, and one destiny. I want to openly again thank my husband, because he deserved the honors that I got, or at least I'm willing to share. The reason I say that is because in 1984 is when he and I met. And you know how young men are in courting. they bring flowers and candy and take you out to dinner and the movies. Well, he took me straight to a UNIA meeting. And I joined at the first meeting, which was the second Sunday in January in 1984. And I've been a dues paying member since then. I had the honor to join Division 429, which at that time, the president and one of the co-founders was the Honorable Dr. Charles L. James, who was also the President General of the UNIA. And that in itself was an honor that I'm just 40 years later, just really beginning to understand the magic of that time. I had, again, the honor to serve as first vice president under the Honorable Charles L. James. Wow. And he didn't ask you to do anything. He just assigned you things. And I never thought to question him. He said it, I did it. How I got the job done was not a concern. The concern is that it was going to get done, and it did get done. We had, in fact, shortly after I was sworn in the office, Mr. James became ill. He had cancer. And the duties of the division kind of fell on my shoulders. Well, I'm happy to report we never missed a meeting, and we met every Sunday. Wow. And we always were on time, and we always raised an offering. We opened with our rituals, and we closed with our rituals. I'm still hanging around the UNIA because I want to see that day come back. I want to see us embrace our uncorrupted youth, as Mr. Garvey would say, because we need them to help us to help them, and to be able to leave a legacy for yet our unborn. And with that, I thank you, and I thank you for allowing me to express how I feel. And with this, I will turn you back over to Brother Shaka.
Thank you, Sister Qamar. That's an honor. 40-year active member in the UNIA. Yes, that's an example. That's a testament. We should all be striving to achieve such an aspiration. So that's a pleasure. I'm honored to have you join this call, Sister Qamar.
Thank you.
Someone have their hand up. Brother Everett.
Race First family.
Race First, President Everett.
I just wanted to comment and say, Brother Shaka must have some mean game to take his date to a UNIA meeting. If all the brothers could pull that off, we definitely can claim to be Garveyites if we could pull that off.
Well,
He ain't playing.
thank you, my brother. I would say that her background in terms of having been in the Nation of Islam in a very important position as a paymaster, her background in terms of having been a member of the Black Panther Party, her background of having a father who was a union leader meant that she understood how serious this thing is that we call nationalism. And so if she wasn't serious, then I didn't want to be with her. She had to immediately understand who I was and what I was about in order for this to work. Because the work of the UNIA is so important that men and women have to make sure that they're equally yoked with people who really appreciate the work that has to be done. Long hours, no play. Seldom can you just think about yourself because you're always on alert. You're always concerned about the needs of your race. So men, you need a woman that's willing to make sacrifices for the cause of the principles of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. Sisters, you need a brother who understands that so that you can push him and he's comfortable with being pushed into the Universal African Legions. He's comfortable being pushed into conventions. He's comfortable attending UNIA division meetings. He's comfortable reading the Constitution and reading the philosophy and opinions. And you get somebody that's comfortable with what you have to do and what they have to do, then that's a perfect relationship. But on the other hand, if you get somebody and you get into a relationship and you haven't asked the right questions, you haven't made the observations to determine, do they like what you're doing? Do they like the work that you're doing? Are they open to the kind of sacrifices that will have to be made? You have to make that determination, because if you don't, you'll end up in relationships with people who every time you want to go to a meeting, you got to fight with them, you got to argue with them, because they don't trust that, or they don't think that's all that important. They want their needs to come first and their plans to come first, and the UNIA's got to come first. And I say that because this is what my teacher taught me, and he taught my wife. He told us, the Honorable Charles L. James, the highest graduate of the course of African philosophy, told my wife and I, as he looked at his wife in the eye, he said, I love my wife, but when it comes to my wife and the UNIA, don't make me have to choose. I love her. She knows I love her. But when it comes to her and the UNIA, she knows not to make me choose, because, well, just don't make him have to choose. You get the point. Now, having said that, I've been blessed to have met the right woman to go through this life with as a Garveyite. And she makes me proud to have her as my wife, to have her in my division of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, to be one of the co-founders of the Marcus Garvey Institute. I mean, we did a lot of things together, and we're going to do some other things together. So, having said that, not to take up any more time on that subject, let me say this. the last time we met, we agreed that we wanted to take a look at the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. We wanted to look at it closely because some of us really don't like the UNIA. They don't like the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. One is they don't like the name. I had a member of our race once asked, could they join the African Communities League and not the UNIA? Remember that, dear?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. But some try to avoid the name by saying just the letters and just the first part of the organization, UNIA. Some have went so far as to not say UNIA, say UNIA, as if that's supposed to be the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. So what I asked Brother John and the others on our last call was, would we be okay with taking the name of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League and breaking it up so that we could share in defining and explaining what the name means in terms of Universal Negro Improvement Association, African Communities League. And then we agreed to do that. Then I contacted John. I said, John, I got this. I'll go ahead and take care of that. And then you can, let me do that and you can do some other things. He said, okay, fine. So if you're ready, Brother John, and you brothers and sisters, I will share with you the meaning of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League.
Brother Shaka, you have the floor.
First, giving praise to the creator of the universe, officers and members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association African Communities League. We're here to celebrate our international holiday. And my topic is the meaning of the U.N.I.A. and A.C.L, Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. The U.N.I.A. and A.C.L is both a benevolent movement with a business arm, and that's UNIA and ACL respectively. The certificate of incorporation of the UNIA was on July the 2nd, 1918, as a confraternity of social, friendly, humanitarian, and charitable purposes. The African Communities League, its certificate of incorporation was a month later, on July the 31st, 1918, as the business arm for making, buying, and selling of goods or the exchange of services for money. Let's take each part of the name. First, Universal. The founder of the AMA, Marcus Garvey, had in mind uniting our people throughout the entire world. Our unification would include, relate to, and affect all members of our race, regardless as to their conditions, their situations, or locations. He sought to apply a common strategy for all of us. Now, universal is derived from universe, which is all matter and energy, including the earth with all its inhabitants, all the members of the human race and all the things that are created. It is made up of the galaxies and all the continents or contents of intergalactical space, regarded as a whole. Galaxy is any of numerous large-scale dense clusters or aggregate of stars, gas, and dust that constitutes the universe, containing an average of 100 billion, 10 to the 11th power, solar masses, and ranging in diameter from 1,500 to 300,000 light years across. The Milky Way galaxy is only the one we live in, is only 87,400 light years across. Now, light travels at the speed of 186,000 miles per second, or 671 million miles per hour. Negro. In the English language, the term Negro was historically used to refer to people of Black African heritage. The English took the term from the Spanish and the Portuguese, where the term Negro meant the color Black. Since it meant Blacks, they did not see fit, when applied to our race that was under captivity and derision, to capitalize the first letter in the word Negro. Yama Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the U.N.I.A. challenged that and forced the idea that if Caucasoid or Caucasoid and Mongoloid began with a capital letter, then Negro should begin with a capital letter. Refer to the Declaration of Rights, demand number 11. When we accepted the term in the U.N.I.A., we were being revolutionary because, I'm sorry? Did someone say something?
Go ahead, Brother Kevin, mute your line, please. Go ahead, Brother Shaka. That's and somebody came off mute.
Okay. When we accepted the term in the Universal Negro Improvement Association, we were being revolutionary because we saw Negroid in terms of people of Kemet, Nubia, Ethiopia, the founders of the first civilizations. When others wanted to be colored, we said Negro in terms of the greatest men and women who ever walked planet Earth, in war or in peace. When we say Negro, we say it in terms of the African people who thousands of years ago gave art, science, literature, mathematics, language, medicine, and music to the world, just to name a few. We say it today in terms of Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. Improvement. We sought ways of developing a process of improving our people. Improvement is the state of being improved. A change or an addition that improves is what we sought. We sought to raise our people to a more desirable, a more excellent quality or condition. We wanted to make them better. We want to make our communities better. Improvement is to increase the productivity or value of our lives, to put to good use our boys and our girls, to make beneficial additions or changes in their lives through our programs, our training, our teaching. You and I, brothers and sisters, can improve or better the mind through study. There are many ways to improve for good. We want continuous improvement. We want small improvements. We want endless improvement. We never lose our ability to improve. The difference a tiny improvement can make over time is astonishing. Small improvements accumulate into such remarkable results. For example, winning world records in track and field is often achieved with a faster speed of a few seconds. Noah Lyles of Team USA, the sprinter, won the 100-meter gold in 9.79 seconds, just milliseconds ahead of silver medalist Cashapp Thomas of Jamaica, who also ran 9.79 seconds. My point is that we should search for a tiny area of improvement in everything that we do, especially in the U.N.I.A. and A.C.L. We need to search for improvement in overlooked and unexpected areas and use a step-by-step system for improvement. Most of the objects and aims written in the U.N.I.A. and A.C.L. Constitution and bylaws have to do with the improvement of our people, such as reclaiming the fallen and assisting the needy. Yama Marcus Mosiah Garvey said, every Black man ought to be a success in life. That includes Black women. Association, a group of people organized for a joint purpose. Similar to that is alliances, consortiums, coalitions, unions, a connection or cooperative link between people or organizations. Similar ideas are relationships, interrelation, or connection, association. African. An African is from the continent of Africa by being born there to Black African parents or born to parents or ancestors who once lived in Africa or for one reason or another left the continent of Africa, now lives in the diaspora. Africa is the world's second largest and second most populous continent after Asia, at about 11.7 million square miles, including adjacent islands. It covers 20% of Earth's land area and 6% of the total surface area. With nearly 1.4 billion people as of 2021, it accounts for about 18% of the world's human population. Africa's population is the youngest among all the continents. The median age in 2012 was 19.7 years old, when the worldwide median age was 30.4. Communities. A community is a social unit, group of living things with a shared socially significant characteristics such as place, set of norms, culture, religion, values, customs, or identity. Communities may share a sense of place situated in a given geographical area, as a country, a village, town, or neighborhood, or a virtual space through communication platforms. Durable, good relations that extend beyond immediate genealogical ties also define a sense of community. Important to their identity, practice, and roles in social institutions such as family, home, work, government, networks, society, or humanity at large. Although communities are usually small relative to personal societies, community may also refer to large group affiliations such as national communities, international communities, and virtual communities. Human communities may have intent, belief, resources, preferences, needs, and risks in common, affecting the identity of the participants and their degree of cohesiveness. League, a collection of people, countries, or groups that combine for a particular purpose, typically mutual protection or cooperation. In recognition of Black Business Month, and the program I was at today recognized that month, I want to say a few words about the brothers Frederick E. Jordan the engineer, and John William Templeton, who was president of the E-Access Corporation, for designating August as National Black Business Month. Let us remember that on January 23rd, 1920, the UNIA incorporated the Negro Factories Corporation. It had 800 employees in no time flat and was looking to hire another 3,000 to 5,000 by the end of the year. Far too often, researchers fail to mention the UNIA and how it had an economic component that far exceeded the programs that other groups have put together. We hired 2,000 people in New York alone. So this African Communities League, it is so comprehensive, it's unbelievable that they had incorporated or certified a organization with that many objects that it was pursuing. Let's just take a couple. To establish a chain of grocery stores, to establish the packaging of all products. This means to put together the bags, the cups, the boxes that the products would go in. To establish restaurants, to establish cleaners and laundries, the publication of books and magazines, newspapers, stationery, and music, to manufacture clothing and shoes, to manufacture stoves, furnaces, and electrical appliances, to make and enter into contracts, to buy and sell real estate and land, to build houses, stores, warehouses, and factories, to borrow and loan money on real estate, to apply for trademarks, patents, inventions, and licenses, to import and export, distribute and deal, to conduct and transact business in every country. So as we consider National Black Business Month, in the light of the UNIA, that's all we've done. So I will stop there and pass the mic back to Brother John and the other members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. Excellent breakdown of the name, the original name of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. I think the best way to follow that up for our new members specifically would be to go to our preamble and share the preamble, because I skipped over that anyway.
Well, let me tell you something about the preamble.
Go ahead.
If the new members have their constitution, and Brother John, please, in the future, if we see the value of doing things like we are in terms of recognizing the great achievements of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and our founder, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and commemorating a great events and days, so we can remember the contributions that our heroes and sheroes have paid to our racial history. If we decide that we want to continue to look at the significant days of the UNIA-ACL's activities, then let's bring our books. Yes, let's bring our tools, such as the Constitution. And if the members don't have the tools, then let's make sure that they do, because you're going to get more benefit from these meetings, gatherings, if you have tools that you can use to go along. So the preamble, the key aspect is that it's a social-friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society. So when we think in terms of rebuilding, and I like that word, rebuild, even though I don't think that's the one you say. You say what when you talk about resurrecting, when you talk about reestablishing? What is the word that you use to describe the great work?
I've used rebuild. I actually used rebuild tonight.
Yeah. He did? Yeah. My wife said, yeah, you did. You have to pay attention, bro. She has to. So rebuild. When you look at the preamble and it says all of those things, we have to ask ourselves, are we ready to rebuild the social, friendly? I mean, can we imagine building an institution that's friendly? What would that look like? I mean, just as I took the words Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, maybe we need to have an assignment that we take the preamble of the Constitution and break it down and have somebody accept an assignment to go and dig up when we say social, what did we mean? What does it mean to be a social organization or society, if you will? Because that's how it ends. It says social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society.
Yes, sir.
So let's put that, I don't know when you want to do that, but let's put that on the agenda, that somebody will accept the responsibility, several people perhaps, of looking up what that means, social. Break that down. If you're a society that's social, what does it mean? Friendly, humanitarian. Because we skip over these words, just like the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, never read past words that you didn't understand.
Absolutely. Yes,
read with a dictionary. So when you get to that word that you don't understand, you look it up.
Yes, sir.
Because you haven't really accomplished very much if you read and didn't understand. That's one of the problems with our young people today. They're reading, but they're not comprehending what they're reading. So what more needs to be said about that, the preamble, Brother John? Go ahead.
You did an excellent job. Just for new members, as well as those that may watch the recording later, one of the things that we touched on in regards to this celebration is a pure understanding of what the UNIA not only was but is, and getting that information from the best sources, such as itself, such as my president Ross Marvin, what I've learned as president, Brother Moya, our minister of information. So part of that, we understand that the preamble is a fundamental component of the UNIA. Mr. Garvey says that we should use it to not only explain what the UNIA is, but also use it to defend the UNIA in times of need. So for general awareness of the new members, and as part of our meeting rituals, I just wanted to go over the preamble in full.
Okay, we can do that and defend the UNIA in times of need. The UNIA always needs defending. We can't wait until somebody attacks the UNIA, then start preparing to defend it. We have to think in advance.
Sure.
I mean, it's like, we know the enemy is out there. We know that there's people that they feel as if when the black man and the black woman goes up, they will go where? Down. So they never want to see us go up. And embracing a program that would have that many components to it, that Black people of African descent are gravitating toward creating a society with that kind of aspiration. You can lay that kind of aspiration in terms of the preamble alongside of any preamble of any institution or any government in history. This is not child's play. This is the most serious document ever conceived of. And so we got to study it consistently,
Absolutely.
regularly. We got to study it thoroughly. And so if we are going to be brothers and sisters and help one another, let's help one another develop the best understanding that we can of this preamble.
Yes, sir. So
go ahead, Brother John. Are you going to read it, or are you going to have one of your great members out of 421 read it?
I would prefer Brother Malik. Are you available as one of our highest serving officers at Division 421? Brother Malik. All right, Brother Art. What about Brother Art? Our recording secretary.
Race first, I'm right here.
Brother Art, will you do us the honors of reading the preamble?
Okay. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League is a social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society. And it is founded by persons desiring
and is
founded by persons desiring to the utmost to work for the general uplift of the Negro peoples of the world. And the members pledge themselves to do all in their power to conserve the rights of their noble race, and to respect the rights of all mankind, believing always in the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. The motto of the organization is one God, one aim, one destiny. Therefore, let justice be done to all mankind, realizing that if the strong oppresses the weak, confusion and discontent will ever mark the path of man. But with love, faith, and charity towards all, the reign of peace and plenty will be heralded unto the world, and the generations of men shall be called blessed. Race first.
Race first. Thank you, Brother Art.
Thank you. The beautiful thing that Brother Art just read was that we don't hate anybody. We believe and we will fight for our rights. But we believe in and respect the rights of all mankind. No matter who is facing injustice in the world, we're concerned about it. Because we're friendly. If you're not friendly, you can't be concerned about what is happening to other people. You don't care. Like the street folks used to say, kill the baby, get the blood, sell the blood, and bring me the money. We don't care about people unless you're friendly. You don't care about people unless you are humanitarian. Now, that don't mean you have to stop caring about your own, but people can't look at you and feel as though we are people of hate. We hate people. We ain't strong enough to hate nobody. Anybody can beat us up because we're disorganized. We're disunited. We're not strong. We don't have the things that we need to protect ourselves. So we can't even afford to go out into this world and give people the impression that we hate somebody. That's all they need is an excuse to wipe us out. So we are an institution, we are a society that is charitable. We gotta be charitable. It's getting to the point now where I'm gonna have to start carrying change in my pocket when I run across brothers and sisters, because you know what it does? It gives me a chance to talk to them. If I didn't hand them a quarter or 50 cents or $1 or $2, they ain't gonna wanna have a conversation with me. And I gotta have a conversation with them. I gotta be able to talk to the people. These are our people. Have you ever heard of Marcus Garvey? They'll give me a second or two if I've given them $1 or $2. But if I haven't been friendly toward them, if we haven't been friendly toward our people, we don't deserve to have them pay us any attention. And they're out there on this. You don't know why they're out on the street. We don't know why they're begging. We don't know why they're, without. But our objects is to assist the needy, administer to and assist the needy. Wait a minute. Did I say administer to and assist the needy? John, let's pull that up real quick. Because I didn't just say assist the needy. Hey, John.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Do you see it?
I do. I was supposed to ask the audience to answer the aims and objects. So you answering that for them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, do you see that it's not just to assist the needy?
Oh, administer to and assist the needy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Administer to and assist the needy. See, if I pass out $1 or two, I'm assisting them, right? That could be temporary. Now they can go get them a hamburger or something. But if I'm administering to them, now that's a different kind of relationship. Because my objective is for you to improve. And you will improve if I administer to you. If I just assist you, like if I just help you, what you need? I need $1. Okay, here. I just helped you. I just gave you $1. You said you needed $1, I gave you $1. But if I'm administering to you, then hey, sis, what's happening? You know, you have children. Are your children with you? Are your children safe? Are you safe? Are you indoors? Do you have food? Do you have clothing? You know, I'm administering to you. Okay, then here's what I'm going to do. I need you to come down to Liberty Hall and meet with the sisters. Sisters, the brothers, they can go out there and recruit for you too. And when they recruit, they bring you the sisters and you administer to them. They need administering to. They don't just need a couple of dollars. They need the sisters to sit down with them and find out where the children at, if they have children. Some of our sisters are losing their children because they don't have anybody to help them figure out how to maneuver through this thing called life. They've had some bumps in the road. They fell down some hills, fell down some mountains. They got swallowed up. And so all of them are still our people. Remember, I said it doesn't matter what condition they're in, where their location is. We want them to improve. So I just wanted to emphasize that it's not just enough to hand them a few dollars, even though I'm gonna start keeping more change on me, because I don't want to pass them by, especially if I have a minute or two where I can say, have you ever heard of the Alma Marcus Garvey? You ever seen this red, black, and green flag? You ever seen this red, black, and green button that's up here on my chest, on my lapel? You ever seen that before? Let me tell you about that. Can I tell you about this? Can I tell you about the UNIA? Can I share something with you? Hey, you want to go get a cup of coffee? Let's talk. You get ready to turn this life around. I don't know what you've been doing for the last 20 years that's got you out here ragged and homeless and, on drugs. I don't know what it was. But we getting ready to turn this around. Can I administer to you? Administer, it's like minister. You take the term minister out. Ministers administer to people. Say, you need some help. Our attorney is on. Sometimes we need legal advice. So the attorney will administer to his client. He accepts him as his client. Now, most of the time, that's the client has money kind of relationship. But sometimes you can give free advice if you know the law, you know the rules. They don't know the rules sometimes, these young people, these people that's caught up in this, that, and the other. They don't know the rules of life. They don't know how to figure it out. Dad wasn't there to teach the young man how to be a man. Mom wasn't there to teach the young person how to be a woman, how to be a mother, how to be a wife, how to be an auntie, how to be a student, how to feed themselves or to feed their children. Nobody was there to give them that. But we are here. And so as we think in terms of growth, and when we think in terms of rebuilding, I just want us to make sure we equip ourselves and qualify ourselves to be able to administer to and assist the needy. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. Excellent segue into our next item of the program, which is the aims and objects or aims and objectives of the UNIA-ACL. And for this segment, we will rely upon audience participation. So we'll be calling on some individuals to help us with the aims and objects and how they apply, how they understand them, and how we execute those aims today. Brother Everett, you available?
Yes, race first, Brother John.
I'm sure you remember some of the aims and objects, don't you?
Yes, I know a few of them.
I give you the first one.
Well, the first one is my favorite, confraternity, to establish a universal confraternity among the race. I break that down as I think in Message to the People is called a fraternal relationship among Negroes, among the race. But when I speak to people, I always say fraternity, and I translate that to something they can understand, like a fraternity in college. And I say, brotherhood, sisterhood.
Yeah.
And so I like to break that down to them when I speak about the UNIA's aims and objectives. Number one, that we establish a universal global confraternity among our race. And that's very important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. First aim and object of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is to establish a universal confraternity among our race. Mr. Garvey says, all for one and one for all. All of our people are meant to be a part of this confraternity. There's this great confraternity. When you look at, as we just talked about the preamble, at the end of the preamble, well, not at the end of the preamble, at the end of the first sentence of the preamble, the main word that the UNIA used to describe itself was a society. So just as Brother Everett explained, this is a society of individuals that aspire for greatness for our race. And we want to grow this society until it encapsulates all of our people, and we all have this mindset of universal improvement. But absolutely, Brother Everett, excellent job. Brother Shaka, you want to elaborate? You want to grade him on his response or mine?
That both the responses were great. My wife just handed me the souvenir journal, and it had us in there. It's a beautiful book. Make sure everyone gets that souvenir journal from the International Convention of that was in Atlanta? That picture on the Atlanta penitentiary steps.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh man, I got one of those. I should have put that in the presentation. I've got it in here.
Okay, you got the book.
The book? What do you mean the book? I have some pictures of us standing in front of the Atlanta penitentiary.
No, we have the journal that just came from New York.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. I'm okay.
Yeah, and you and Everett are in there. Y'all look good, man. Yeah, that's beautiful. The idea of Everett said that when he talks to people, that he talks to them about the confraternity or fraternity. Sororities is another name for a society or confraternity. Now, do we have, Brother Everett, if you use the example of the fraternity, is that because you belong to a fraternity?
No, I don't belong to a fraternity. I just kind of mentioned that when I talk about the aims and objectives and maybe talking to someone young, that's in school that's familiar with fraternities and, like you said, sororities. Try to give them something to relate to as I'm speaking to them as a a teaching tool to
Okay. Let
real.
me ask John, do
Yes,
you
sir.
belong to a fraternity?
No, I don't.
Well, let me go back, Brother Shaka.
Oh,
I know Brother John just thinking now. I guess I do. I belong to the UNIA, if that's what you want to say, my fraternity.
No,
You
no,
almost
it
got
wasn't
me.
a
Did I
trick
catch it?
question, bro.
I'm thinking,
No, it was a
I'm
good
thinking
question.
Divine Nine.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I do belong to one.
But you know,
Wait a minute, hold on. Is a confraternity different than a fraternity?
yes, yes.
I would say I'm part of a confraternity, you know.
I mean, that's what it is, that we're part of a confraternity. But but the similarities are so great. But here's the real question. When brothers and sisters have went and joined a fraternity or a sorority, now anybody on the line that has joined a fraternity or sorority, you can back me up on this. But when you join a fraternity, they take you through a ritual. They take you through a challenge and a test. They don't just let you join a fraternity, do they?
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
They challenge you to see if you are of the material that they're looking for. Now, is that to say that the fraternities that are on the college campuses are stronger than our confraternity? Could be. If we're not doing what the fraternities and the sororities are doing to make their men and women measure up to be allowed to be in their fraternities and to be in their sororities, then maybe we need to raise the bar.
Yes, sir.
We need to ask ourselves, what should a brother or a sister be about in order to be a part of our confraternity? See, everybody's a member of the UNIA. There's two different types, right? There's the one that's financial and the one that is not.
Race.
And so I'm thinking that we need to really raise the bar when it comes to defining what our confraternity represents. Now, we don't have any secret handshakes and all that kind of stuff yet, or we may never have them. We may make it so easy for a person to join, but we do that at our risk to just let anybody come inside our confraternity. You got to make sure that the person loves Black. You got to make sure that the person is trained, the person is schooled, the person is consistent, the person is regular, the person is punctual, the person is, paying their dues, that they're studying, and not just allow anybody. So I would say, Brother Everett, that I think we need to look into the rigors that are involved when people allow people to process into their fraternities and into their sororities. I don't want to abuse anybody, but I think that if people don't think you're serious,
yes, sir,
that you just want anybody, you're so hungry,
yes, sir,
that you were looking for anybody to join you. Just because I want to administer to and assist the needy doesn't mean that I'm trying to get this person to be one of the lady presidents of my division. She doesn't warrant that. I can't trust her to be one of them sisters. I can't bring her into leadership and she's sleeping on the street. So the minister to and assist the needy, that's different than bringing somebody into the confraternity Because now you're looking for somebody who has a proven track record of trust, of confidence, of commitment and seriousness. And all I'm saying, my brothers and sisters, is that we need to develop a process to determine how that was. See, I did a one-on-one with my wife. So I didn't expose her to nobody else until I was sure that she was the one. Then I could expose her to other people. I could elevate her to leadership. I could recommend her. She went to Canada with the Honorable Charles L. James. What year was that? Not long after I recommended her for leadership in our division. You know, they thought she was his security. His chief of his aide de camp. I recruited that brother in the UNIA, and he became the aide de camp to the President General. He became a student in the course of African philosophy. Now, I just want you to think about it, Brother Everett, that we think about what does it mean when we say confraternity? What does it mean to Everett? When Everett is talking to somebody and he says, you know, I belong, hell, hide it for a minute. You know, don't just go out and blabber, man, we got a confraternity. You do? No. Let me find out what you about before I introduce you to my confraternity.
Yes, sir.
Because they know if I bring somebody that ain't right, that they're going to hold me accountable. Maybe, maybe not. But maybe that's what we ought to be able to do at some point in time. Hold each other accountable for the things that we do, for the people we bring inside the organization. We bring them in, and next thing you know, sisters' purses are missing. Brothers' wallets are missing. Somebody said something inappropriate, blah, 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 blah. Because we didn't screen the person properly. But that's all I want to say on that, is that when it comes to the confraternity, let's look at other systems that exist. For example, one last point. For example, you know, in the Bushido, or the code of the samurai, the Japanese felt for hundreds of years that they had the best system for honor in the world. And when the Europeans would try to compare their chivalry to the code of the Bushido, the code of the samurai, they would say, ain't no way in the world you can take your system of honor and compare it with the code of the Bushido. It can't even touch the code of the Bushido. Well, it is the same thing with us. We've got to have a system that is so powerful, so wonderful, so correct, so exact, until nobody can touch us when we say brotherhood, because we mean it more than anybody on the planet means it. Nobody can touch us when we say leadership, because we mean it more than anybody else on the planet. Let's build our system so powerful until the samurai would be embarrassed with how well our system operates in terms of brotherhood and sisterhood and cooperation and confraternity. So each and every aspect of that list of 11 objects and aims, let's make sure we fine tune it and upgrade it, not to change what's there, but to better understand it, so that as we apply it and introduce it to our people, the people will say, wow, we never knew Black people cared about each other like that. Please continue or respond.
Yes, I have no response, my brother. I will continue. You put a lot on my mind, brother Everett. Anything that you would like to say as a member of HEC, Minister of Information, I think these are, we do need to tighten up the process, define that process of what it means to be, different levels of membership, ordinary member, an active member, an officer. When we consider ourselves, Garveyite, what level of knowledge is required commitment is required to consider yourself a Garveyite. When we look at the accomplishments, we were just talking about Sister Qamar and Brother Shaka, you in the same category, as well as many other elders. When we look at the accomplishments that they have done, and we, join, and after 2 years, we feel we're just as qualified as these elders. So I think we do need to have a clear process, in addition to our orientation, for growth, development, and dare I say qualifications. Brother Everett, you have anything?
But that was deep what Brother Shaka said. It was well said. He went on one of the things, and our lady president was just speaking about it at our last meeting, Mama Earth. We gotta, as we're recruiting, we have to do a good job of vetting members. And we have to realize, as hungry as we are,
yes,
to grow and make the great, the great UNIA greater, the great association. We don't want every member, and that's what makes us. We don't want every person, and that's what makes us great. We want people that love Black people. We want workers. We want people that are committed to their lessons and learning, so they can teach. So, he went over a lot, and I think that that's something that, as divisions, it's hard to do because you're looking at your numbers and you're trying to grow. But at our last meeting, it was funny. We had a conversation. We were talking about we only see sometimes when it comes to the work just our officers, but that's a reason why we're officers, because they're the committed ones. They're the ones that do the work. And at the gala at the convention, they moved. It's funny, Brother Maru is just joining in. They moved me and Brother Maru to the front table. And so you thinking you at the front, we're gonna eat first. And everybody was getting served. We looking like, I'm not going up. It's gotta be a setup or something. So at the end, when everybody ate, Brother Raymond said, you know why we eat last? Because we're officers. We're here to serve. And I think that we need to look for members like that are committed to the race, that love the race, that are committed to the work, because it's work when you're a UNIA member. Not even just an officer, just a member. And so I think it was well said. We need to vet more. We need to know who we're bringing in, and just well said. And something that Brother John that also made me think what you just said when you were mentioning being an officer, being a regular member. That orientation is a little tough, but to take it to learn about the UNIA, the history, the aims and objectives, and all of that is very important. And when you get noticed through your division, through your work, we have the officers training, message to the people, a course in African philosophy. I remember when Brother Caesar was stepping down, and he had recommended me be president, and I called you, and I called Brother Roz, and I was like, man, that's a big step. And when you recommended, you said, I'm about to start a course in African philosophy. I recommend you do that if you want to be a leader. And that book kind of changed my life. So we have things that Marcus Garvey was so great that he knew. So we just got to keep pushing and making sure our regular members get the Race First book clubs and Garvey and Garveyism, and so many books that we have out here.
Philosophies and opinions.
Philosophy. That was I was thinking. Philosophies and opinion. To study those, to take orientation, and when we find someone that's a member, and we vet them and see that they're doing the work, we recommend that course in African philosophy. But that was just deep, and when they go through all of that, they'll understand even more how to love Black people and what it means to be a brother and sister in the UNIA. Race first.
Race first. I do have to challenge one thing you said, Brother Everett, in regards to, because the term universal, that's the challenge that I've had. You know, objective number one, universal confraternity. So there is a level of qualification, but universal is still there.
Yeah.
And Mr. Garvey says this in Course of African Philosophy, lesson 3, to establish universal confraternity among the race. But he says in the first section, we mean by this that there must be a linking up of the fraternal relationship with all members of the Negro race to the exclusion of none. So it's a challenge. You know, everybody's not going to be an officer. Everybody's not going to be a leader. But I have been taught, you know, that this is universal.
Can't leave nobody behind.
Yes, exactly. Right. And when it comes to some of the other aims and objects, which I don't want to give away, but those help to make sure that everybody that we're bringing into this society, as Brother Shaka said, we're administering to, we're providing for them, and you know, we're developing the society as we grow. But it does include all of us.
Well, here's one of the things that you have to keep in mind.
Yes, sir.
That when you are a part of a division, you are not alone. There are other members and hopefully officers that you're working with. So when you're working with 7 other people or more, you can get your heads together to determine where somebody is. I mean, you know, a lot of groups have board meetings, right? Mm-hmm. Where they sit down and they ask each other, how did the day go? What do you think is happening with this over here? What about so-and-so? How are they doing? Are they studying? In other words, your team, the members, the officers that you have a relationship with, that you started the division with, there's a constant exchange of information about what's going on in the division. So it's not like you're out there on your own, which means now you can sift through more people, bring in more people into your division, because you got 7, 10, 12, 20 people that's keeping their eye on the business of the UNIA. So you're never caught off guard. There's no real surprises. And if somebody's out of order, now what do we mean by out of order? We talked about it briefly the other day, that in the Universal African Legions, there's a code. There's a code of conduct. There are grades that you can get for conduct. So you may have to, if you catch somebody whose conduct is inappropriate, you may have to check them. And you may have to come to the board or come to the business meeting of the UNIA and say, hey, I had to reprimand so-and-so and so. Now, how do you reprimand? You got to be good enough. You got to be qualified enough. You have to have the integrity to be able to bring people, their behavior into question. And you have to know what to look for. So if you know that you've got a member that's seldom at the meeting, that's a red flag. And when members throw up little red flags, your board has got to get together and say, what are we going to do about it? Because if we don't straighten it out, this kind of behavior will become normal. And we don't want that inside the UNIA. It would be better to slow a person's ascension to higher ranks down. Do not be too quick to promote, but to keep people in the UNIA, but in such a position, it's like in the military, when you join, everybody outranks you. Everybody orders you, gives you orders.
Well, those who can take it, those who can, perform under pressure, that's what you're looking for. You're trying to produce leaders. You're trying to, let me put it like this. You're trying to produce ministers of industry and labor, ministry of the African legions. You're trying to produce president generals, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, assistant president generals. You're trying to produce secretary generals, assistant secretary generals out of your division. And so, because of how serious you are, you have to command or demand that the members of the UNIA or that are in your division toe the line. They have to qualify constantly before they're elevated. Now, as long as they're not elevated to positions of leadership, they're just ordinary members. We keep our eye on them anyway. But if you're thinking about elevating somebody to 3rd assistant or a 3rd vice president of the ladies division or ladies department, or the 3rd vice president of the male department, then before you put them there, you got to put them through something to see what they're made of. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying throw anybody away. I'm not saying turn our back on our people. But remember, there was one thing that the Honorable Marcus Garvey said if he had any regrets, which was what?
Hold on, wait. Don't say nothing. Hold on. Yeah.
He said it was one mistake that he made.
He would try to change the minds of men.
No,
that was okay.
No, he wouldn't telegraph. He wouldn't telegraph his punches. I believe it's something like that. Am I right, Brother Shaka?
His anybody else?
We looking bad out here. Hold on.
Here's what he said. He trusted too much.
Okay.
Y'all got to be careful. Don't trust too much. Don't trust people too much, because they will play on you. They will take advantage of you if that's the mindset that they have. So you almost got to be strong in your character. You almost got to be ruthless, because it's like, hey, man, give you some money. Eason used to go from division after division.
Yes, sir. Yeah, collecting money.
Collecting money, cashing, writing bad checks. I mean, there's people out there, when they see that the division presidents are trusting, they go after your membership. They hustle your membership. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey said if he had to do it all over again, he wouldn't have trusted too much. Because, you think, oh, man, y'all see the work I'm doing. I'm the President General. Y'all see how hard I'm working. I know y'all want to get this done just like I do, don't you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they'd be ready to stab him in the back. So, yes, bring them into the fold. But work with your team so y'all can scrutinize or vet who's coming in, especially before you. And the Honorable Marcus Garvey says that in the course of African philosophy, especially before you promote them, because once you promoted them, you give them a license to abuse your people, because you said they're fit for leadership, because you didn't vet them, because you were so hungry to bring people inside the organization. Look, I'd rather have one Marcus Garvey than 10,000 ordinary members, financial members. One Marcus Garvey. So if we stay on this piece and we keep it tight and we stay serious and hold on, we'll produce the Garveyism that we need to get the work done. So that as we draw more people in, we'll have the people to manage them. Don, what you gonna do with 10,000 people right now? If they came into your division right now, nothing. You trying to figure out what you're gonna do with them. You ain't gonna do nothing with them. The stones are gonna come in, ain't they, Marua? The disciples are gonna come in. The Crips are gonna come in.
Yeah.
You don't want no 10,000 people. Just take your time, and as Everett said, vet them, and vet them some more. because we got to protect these sisters too. We might be strong enough to, fend them off, give them a peanut head, send them on their way, or worse. But what about the sisters? And then what about the babies? Because we got to bring juveniles in, we got to bring children in, and they've got to be safe. So, Everett, you got an A on that again. Let's vet them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Closing out with the words of Mr. Garvey. He says, every Negro in the world must be a part of the confraternity. What did I just do? Every Negro's interests must come first in all things of humanity. Not until you have served every Negro in the world should you seek to be kind to others. Charity begins at home. The home of the Negro race is all over the world. You must attend to them first before you think of others. If you have a shilling or 25 cents to give away to charity, before you give it to other charities, see that all other Negro charities are first attended to. So long as there is need in your race, attend to it first and always. Never deny help to your own race. This is the meaning of confraternity, one for all and all
for one. So what you do is you take the book and you close it, and then you repeat what you just said.
Oh my goodness.
No, you can't. I know. But here's the point. That's what you want.
Yes,
you
sir.
want people that can say that just like you said it.
Yes, sir.
Just like you said it. And you will have them when you can say it.
I got you. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Okay, that was just the first aim and object. We good on number one?
We good.
And I think I'm gonna open up the floor. Obviously, elders are excused, but anyone that knows the answer, please chime in. So, anyone know the second aim and object of the UNIA? Everybody run
to prompt the spirit of pride and love.
There we go. What is that?
What?
To prompt the spirit of pride and love.
No, that word's not prompt.
What? Hold on.
It is in my book.
Now, Brother Shaka, I don't know now.
It should be promote.
Yes, it should be.
Well, no, y'all. According
to in my message to the people, the blue and white when it says prompt.
Let's go to the message. Let's challenge. Used to play a card game. Oh shoot, I just closed Kindle. I'm so dang on.
Yeah, message to the people, it says to prompt the spirit of pride and love.
Yes, sir.
It might be something different in the Constitution, but that's what it says in the book.
Yeah, that's a misprint.
Oh wow, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a typo.
Yeah, typo.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you try to explain that, how would you explain to prompt the spirit of pride and love? Prompt. What does that mean? You'd be doing what?
Activate.
Prompt promote, I believe is something.
Let's look at that.
I would say prompt is like to show the example, to show it, to prompt it.
What's the definition of prompt?
To encourage.
The definition of prompt is to encourage?
Yeah, of event, of fact, cause, or bring about. That's why an action or feeling. That's why I said to activate. Because you cause to bring about. But
that's
encourage might be a better word to fit.
Yeah, maybe that's why it wasn't challenged.
Yeah, encourage or promote. I mean, promote. They all synonyms though.
That's what I'm saying. We don't do that, y'all. Come on now.
Okay.
Yeah. Disagree about then prompt and promote.
In the Constitution.
Yeah. They synonyms.
Yeah, promote. Okay, but go ahead. Let's.
What's understanding, Brother Malik?
Yes, sir.
What's your understanding of to promote or prompt the spirit of pride and love, and how do we do that today and through our division?
How?
Yes. So
Oh,
Let's see the Constitution.
try to get people to love each other and actually have pride in self and the actual duties that they owe to themselves and those just like them.
Yeah. May I get in comment, brother President John?
Yes, sir. President Marua, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean it's really important for us because we know, as Brother Shaka so eloquently put, you know, we know that every brother ain't a brother because of his color. But you know, we have to promote love of Black people. And love of Black people, love is an action word. It's not a word. I mean, it has nothing to do with basically, well, it does, but it's not something that's said it, but it's something that's seen. True love, you know, you show me what you sacrifice for, I show you what I love.
Yes, sir.
And when it comes down to promoting, you know, we have to show this. We have to show that, you know, one of the things is that, you know, for one thing, all Black people, to me, deserves the benefit of the doubt. You know, we can't be, you know, so heavenly bound that we're no earthly good. You know, it's like, you know, it's where it comes down to, you know, we have to show that we love, we trust, and we are loyal to our race. And a lot of times we say these things, but what does it actually look like? What does it look like to actually be for Black people? What does it actually look like to
Brother Marua?
Did we lose him?
President Marua.
when it comes down to working with our
we lost you, Brother Maria.
I say it's easier said than done. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, when it comes down to I'm sorry, you all. When it comes down to us, you know, doing the work and encouraging Black unity, you know, it's some Black people that I don't want to necessarily be unified with. But, you know, when it comes down to promoting unity, you know, we have to show what it looks like. You know, can we unify? You know, can we unify with that person that we've had grievances with since we were children? Can we unify with our own family? Can we unify with, you know, with our husbands and our wives? Can we unify with our brothers and sisters? You know, we have to be able to show what that looks like. You know, it's hard for us to, I mean, a lot of times when it comes down to our people, you know, we can jump up and we can be real strong nationalists, but we have issues with our own family. So, you know, we have to show what that actually looks like. So to prompt it, to promote it, you know, to encourage it, you know, whatever word we want to use, you know, what does that look like? You know, so you know, we have to put the best face on that. Submit it.
Now, there's two things there. It says pride and love.
Yes, sir.
You can take one at a time because they're not the same. So promote the spirit of pride. What does that mean? And then promote the spirit of love. What does that mean?
Ooh. Anybody want to take a shot?
You know, for example, and I won't deal with it. I'll let somebody else take that shot. When we talked about the preamble, we said social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational institutions constructed and expand to society. That wasn't one thing. That was like 9 different things. And so if you want to define what those mean, you have to take them one at a time. Well, some of the objects are the same way. There's 2 parts, pride and love. So we take them one at a time. Promote the spirit of pride. What does that mean?
Anybody want to take a shot at that? What is promote?
Have pride in your race.
Pride in your race.
Have to So to think of the race in the highest terms of human living.
Yes, sir.
Think that God made the race perfect and there is no one better than you.
Somebody got their book out. He got his tools.
Yeah, he got the tools.
Now,
and he clearly laid that out, as the Honorable Marcus Garvey had laid that out. I would just suggest that, you know, we're in the process of moving from one state to the next, from one time period to the next. So we ought to be able to say, to promote the spirit of pride in who we were, where we've come from, where we are, 2 different time periods. The past, pride in the past, pride in the present, and pride in our future. Pride in the great contributions to civilization, art, science, literature, math, music, etc. Pride in the great accomplishments in peace and war. Pride in the development of agriculture, study of the heavenly constellations. This is way back when. And then more recently, pride in the contemporary things that have happened. And my point is this: in order to promote the spirit of pride in what we've done, what we're doing, what we're going to do, we have to know what we've done. We have to know what's going on in the world. And we have to have a vision of what we want the future to look like. We're working on the total unification of the continent of Africa. I'm proud to be a part of an effort to bring about the total unification of the continent of Africa. I'm proud of the things that are happening with Burkina Faso and Niger and Chad, where they're kicking out the French and are now developing a relationship so that they can harness their own natural resources for the development of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Chad. So there's other things that are taking place in the African world that if we know about them, we can have pride in them, we can promote it, say, hey man, you know what they doing over in, you know what just happened down in New York? No man, what happened in New York? There was a convention. What? Marcus Garvey's organization had a convention in New York. What? Yeah, man, they elected officers and, you know, they had a parade and what? Marcus Garvey's organization? Yeah. So that's part one, pride, promote the spirit of pride. Then let's move to love. What does that mean? Because there's different kind of ways that we love, different type of people that we love, different things that we love. And what are they? Because we're going to promote them. We're going to promote the things that we love. We love the UNIA. We're going to promote the UNIA.
Yes, sir.
We love our officers. We love promote the spirit of pride, love. So we love each other. We got a brotherhood. We got a fraternity. We got a confraternity. We love each other. And we love you. And we love the brother and sister who's down and out, that we want to lift up, that we want to improve. So take it in parts, promote the spirit of pride, and promote the spirit of love. How do we do that? How do we promote the spirit of love? Hope I didn't give it away.
Anybody want to take a shot? Promote.
So, I mean, I'm gonna put it in the best way that I know it. Love is about sacrifice. You show me what you sacrifice for, I show you what I love, what you love. So, I mean, love is about sacrifice. So, what are you willing to sacrifice for? There's many ways in which we could actually perform sacrifice, you know, and sacrifice, you know, financially, time, you know, it's plenty of ways that we can actually sacrifice, but you show me what you're sacrificing for, I'll show you what I love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, a man who loves a woman, he shows her how he loves her in many different ways. She shows him how she loves him in many different ways. A man who has children shows his children how he loves them. A man who has parents, he shows his parents, or man or woman, shows their children, shows their parents how they love them. The Bible says, love thy neighbor as thyself. All of us have neighbors, and some of them, we can show them genuine love because you want for your neighbor, you want for your brother, you want for your sister what you want for yourself. So sometimes the relationship that we want to be loving can come from many different corners, come from many different people in our lives. And so we have to define how do we love each one of them so that nobody comes up short of our love. Now there's causes, there's movements, there's financial propositions. We buy houses, we buy cars, we buy insurance. I mean, I'm gonna give this last example. Insurance. A man marries a woman marries a man, and he says to her, baby, I'm gonna get some insurance on us. First, I'm gonna get some insurance on me. I'm gonna get $500,000 worth of insurance on me. Why? Because if anything happens to me, I want you to have enough money to pay off the house. I want you to have enough money so the children can go to the Marcus Garvey Educational Institution. I want you to have enough money so that you'll be all right, that you won't be having to chase down some man to take care of you because I didn't leave you with anything, so that you could be able to take care of yourself until you find yourself able to maneuver through this cruel and cold world. That's an act of love. He's going to pay that insurance policy for $500,000 that if anything happens to him, he won't get a dime of it, but he's leaving something for his children so they can continue to get their education, and for his wife, so she doesn't have to run and find another man to take care of her, but that she can be independent because you left her something. That's a form of love. So there's many different ways that we can demonstrate to our loved ones how we love them. There's different ways. And I think we who are promoters of the spirit of love have to find those ways. So I'm thinking, Brother John, again, we may need to sit down and discuss, how do you bring about love and demonstrate love? Yes, as Marua said,
sacrifice.
Sacrifice. And that would be a sacrifice. I mean, if I get a paycheck, and now if you're young, you can get $500,000 worth of insurance, ain't no problem. You know, you could probably come out of $80 a month, $100 a month, you'd be all right. But you get up in age and you start talking about $500,000 worth of insurance, man, you ain't gonna have a dime to spend, doing something frivolous or doing something, extra, because you're putting so much money into your insurance. But that's the sacrifice. There will be a lot of
That's
things
right. That's all.
you will
Yes,
have to
sir.
sacrifice for the ones that you love, like the children. Say, hey, Dad, I didn't get the 4.9 or the 3.9 grade point average. I don't have any financial scholarships, Dad, but
Right.
I made some pretty decent grades. And of course I want to go to college. And you said you want me to go to college. And Dad is like, man, this is getting ready to cost me. But You love your child. Now you better vet them. Make sure they ain't playing. They ain't going down to college to go to sleep and chase girls or go to college and chase boys. Make sure you know, that you prepared them well. In fact, if you prepared them well, they ought to get the scholarships. Shucks, they ought to be able to get the free ride. Show them how to play a little ball, put that on top of that, play some chess, debating teams, or do something extra. But that's a sacrifice if you want them to go to a good school and nobody's giving them free money. Your wife, she might get sick. Say, I need surgery. I need an operation. Well, how much is it going to cost? Everything. You're going to have to mortgage the house. You're going to have to sell the car, the cats, and the dogs. But you love her. So you sacrifice. She said, I want to go to Africa next summer. Huh? How much is that going to cost? Well, Raymond Duguay said it's only $4,500. Yeah, but why didn't you tell me last year so we could have put the money together? Now we got 2 months and I got to come up with $4,500. But I got to go with Raymond Duguay to Africa. He said it's so much fun. I ain't been to Africa before, baby, please. You sacrifice because you love her. Okay, baby, I'll get the money. But let's not do it like this next time. But don't worry about it. You going. You want to go? Huh? But how much does that ring cost? It costs $5,000. Baby, do you really want that? Yes, baby. Please, I need that ring. That's me. That's me. And you promised me. You promised me. Remember you promised me you're going to give me a $5,000 diamond ring? Remember you promised me? No, you said 10. I just want the $5,000 one, baby. It looks so good. And you know how my cousins and the females are. They don't think you spend enough on me. But I'm just saying, man. We sacrifice. I like that the way Maria put that. We sacrifice for the things we love.
Yes, sir.
And people.
Okay. First, anybody want to contribute on the third aim and object of the UNIA? And once we get this one, I'll go to the Constitution.
3 is reclaim the fallen, right?
Reclaim the fallen.
Am I right? Or was that 4? It's 3. I think it's 3.
It's 3. Yes.
Correct.
I think that is whenever a member of your race is down, lift them up. No exceptions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone else want to add to what Brother Everett provided? President Everett.
So when it comes down to reclaiming the fallen, that means all type of fallen, right? So it could be the drug addict, the crackhead. It could be the mentally ill. It could be, the person who was irresponsible in his finances. We have to reclaim the fallen. That's a hefty goal to reclaim, to help them redeem themselves, because we're about redemption in the UNIA. So from the crackhead to the youth that go out. A lot of times as I'm talking to my people, we talk about how bad the youth are, in this generation and what's wrong with them, and these things. But we have to be of the heart to reclaim the fallen, to help them up, to help them achieve. All of them. We're Gaviites. We talking about the race. We talking about all of them.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I was attending a meeting at the Nation of Islam one day, and the chief of protocol, Brother Thomas, who told me one day, when I would come to the nation, all I'd have to do is ask for him.
But he told me one day, he said, brother, they're giving out awards for those who can bring in the most people. You know anybody? I mean, not do you know anybody, but anybody that you wanted to bring, I'd take them to dinner over at the Salam restaurant. I said, okay. So the next time I went, I mean, I didn't have anybody, but I went and I saw the people that they had brought in. Bruh and sister, they brought in the streets. They brought in just as you described them, the alcoholics, those who were using drugs and whatever else. They were there in the mosque. And they took them and they seated them, I guess according to who brought them in, they set them in a certain section. And I saw some of them that had to be escorted out. And as they were leaving out, don't you put your hands on me, because like you said, some of them may have had some or whatever. But look what they were doing. They were going after the worst off elements that are in our community because they believe they have a formula for cleaning them up. So when we say the fallen, as Brother Marua has said, that could be all kind of people. That's the stick-up man and woman. We gotta say woman nowadays because the women be putting that pistol in their hand, sticking up people too. Carjacking too. Strong arming too. Armed robbery too. Dope fiend, selling dope. They run into dope houses. So if you're going to go after them, all of them, you got to be prepared to make sure you know what to do with them. Sometimes some of our brothers and sisters know what to do with them because they used to be one of them. If you can get somebody that used to be hardcore and turn them around, they can go after some of them others. But if you ain't been in the street, it may be a little difficult for you to go out there and try to deal with those characters because they will pick your pocket. You'll give it up because they're used to taking advantage of people and you're not used to people like that coming up on you. But some of these guys, they are, and they know how to talk to them, how to communicate with them, or how to get down with them. So when it comes to reclaiming the fallen, there's a lot of preparation that takes place. That's all I'm saying. Not to dismiss it, not to say it shouldn't be done. It has to be done. Because so many people are fallen. So many people walking around sane and healthy, The Bible says, hey, Jesus said, why would I go after the healthy? They don't need me. I got to go after the sick. So we have to go after the sick, the fallen. I mean, look how far up the ladder that is in terms of our objects and aims. It ain't way down at the bottom. And in the end, make sure you go after the sick. No, that's number 3. Go after the fallen. Early in the business of improving our race, we're instructed to go after the fallen. So you got to get ready real quick. So maybe, in developing the fraternity, you may have to say, hey, man, how you doing, brother? I'm great. What's happening with you? Well, man, I just got out of prison. Oh, you did? Yeah, for what? Murder? Oh, yeah? What else? Home invasion and so forth and so on. I did 20 years. What'd you do while you were in prison? Man, I was trying to turn my life around. I was trying to do like Malik El-Shabazz and transform into a shining prince to give back to my community. You want to work with the U.N.I.A? Man, I'd love to work. This is Marcus Garvey's org? Oh, man, I'd love to work with y'all, man. I'm ready to give back to the community I once harmed. And then you put them out there. Hey, man, we're getting ready to go and get the gangsters. Okay, let's do it. because I used to be a gangster. You get gangsters to go after gangsters. You get mob men to go after mob men. And so it's a process, but it's one where, you know, you recruit the right kind of people to do the right kind of work. And then as long as you got the right kind of people doing the right kind of work, there is nothing you can't accomplish. So we ain't scared of our people, but we do have to go prepared to get them and to keep them. And we can't play with them. We can't let them see any weaknesses in us. Hey man, you said, you know, that you were honest and you had integrity and whatnot, but didn't you take advantage of somebody? You know, didn't you tell a lie? Didn't you steal? Didn't you cheat? Didn't I see you disrespecting your children and your wife and the females? Sister, didn't I see you hitting on this brother? You know, did you see he's got a wife? So we have to check ourselves constantly, because when you go after the people, they're looking for integrity. Yama Marcus Garvey wouldn't steal a penny never stole a penny from any human being. Can you say that? Well, we got to get to the point where we can say that. Don't worry about where you've been. Worry about where you're going. Because you want to rebuild the UNIA, you want to resurrect the UNIA. Character. I know most of you have probably read that piece that he did on character, right?
Yes, sir.
How does it go? What's the title of the article on character? What'd you say, babe? Go ahead. Who was that, Ever?
No, this brother John, he's got a lesson 7 in Course of African Philosophy, touches on character.
What's it say? No, there's an article that he wrote, an essay that he wrote on character.
Okay, that's something else. But I know in the course he says that the prop of character is honesty. You got to be honest.
No, here's what it says.
When
I don't have it, but I think I can remember. It says, when your wealth is lost, nothing is lost. When your health is lost, something is lost. When your character is lost, everything is lost.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, John, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you that piece on character. It's a beautiful essay, and then you make sure everybody gets it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Look forward to it. With that, yeah. So I think that's a good analysis of Reclaim the Fallen. Anybody want to contribute or volunteer on the fourth aim and object of the UNIA-ACL?
I have a question.
Oh, yes. Sister Lorraine, I'm sorry. You did have your hand up.
Hey, Sister Lorraine.
Greetings all.
Sister Lorraine, how you doing?
Grace first.
Grace first.
Grace first.
Greetings.
Okay. How are you all? I'm concerned. I've been listening for a while, and I'm concerned that we're bringing up things and things that happen, but I don't want. No, let me rephrase that. I want us to move forward, and it's a case of, if you don't, we pretty much know the history, or a lot of us know the history. So I don't want us to repeat those things that aren't good, and duplicate the things that were good out of what was happening with the UNIA way back when. I also want us to look at how they did things in the past, and is it possible to duplicate them 100 years later? In that saying, is there a plan that we have? And if there isn't a plan, can we formulate one to reclaim the people? Now, we're up to number 3 and getting ready to move into 4. And I'm saying, I want to look at solutions, or if we don't have solutions, I want to look at what we can come up with to start to look for solutions and to act them out. or to produce what we're saying we're doing. Because if we're not, we're just talking. And I want us to move past talking and move to action. Also, we have to look at the fact that a lot of the people back then, this is something that Sister Mary reminded me, was that they got paid. And I know that all of these young people now, they're looking to get paid. Yeah, we can tell them to come in, but when you start talking about volunteer this and volunteer that, then the number goes down, way, way down. And we have to start looking at ways to do that. And we also have to look at the A.C.L, the African Communities League, which talks about the finances and talks about businesses, business buildings, etc., to do that. So my question, I said all of that to say, is there a plan to redeem and bring in the fold and those who have fallen and raise them up? And if there isn't, is there some way we can form a committee or a group to start doing those things? And I think I'm finished. I am complete. It was restating IBS. Excuse me?
I want to see if I understand what you asked. I think it was about 5 questions.
Yeah.
5 concerns. I know you say in the end that, in short, it's, do we have a plan? If not, can we put together a plan? But those issues that you have a concern with should be addressed one by one. Can you restate what you have said you had a concern with?
Okay. I have a concern with that we start not repeating things that didn't work in the past. So maybe what has to be a case of, okay, what things worked in the past that we can duplicate, and what things didn't work in the past? And if they didn't work, why didn't they work? And how can we remedy that?
Now, you made a reference to
that's
that.
the way I'm looking at it. Okay,
You
that's
said
what I'm looking at that. Yes, I'm looking at
there are
that.
things in the past that didn't work. What were you referring to?
Okay, you talked about that Garvey was concerned with trust. And I believe that trust continues to be a big issue. And I think that's because we don't lay our cards on the table. We aren't honest with ourselves or each other. So we need to have sessions where we're open and honest and dealing with each other. And I think that comes when you know people, or you feel that you know them. You feel that you can trust them. Sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. But I don't like to go into a situation thinking I can't trust them. Maybe what their actions may prove to be such eventually, but I don't like going into situations thinking I can't trust my brother and sister, especially if it's somebody within the UNIA. Also, I heard brother. Wait. Let me finish. Brother Everett was talking about the fact that this is like a fraternity or sorority or whatever. And he didn't mention sorority, but I mentioned sorority since I'm a sister. Oh, okay. Well, anyhow, I'm just saying that usually in those cases, it was like someone brings them in because they know them, not because they met them on the street and said, "Oh, why don't you come and join us?" It's because they know them. I remember I was interested in joining, this is years and years ago, joining the Eastern Star. So with that, I happened to mention it to my mother, And she told me, "Oh, well, you have a cousin that's an Eastern Star person, so you need to talk to her because then she can bring you in because she can recommend you because you're a family member." So those are the things that I think that we really start to look at in terms of we're bringing people in and not necessarily bringing people in off the streets yet, because I'm sure that what you were saying about people and brothers and sisters that had fallen on hard times for whatever reason were brought in, and some of them had to go out. And that has to happen too. But once you have a strong base, that's not going to be a problem to bring them in. And then we get back to there are people who work in the community all the time. If I'm not mistaken, there are teachers, there are social workers that we have. We need to talk to those people within the UNIA and get their take on what they think we should do in terms of that. We're going all over the place. I think I'll shut down on that.
No, that was all right. I think referring to Brother Everett was a good choice. I know early on he mentioned the word vetting as a way to really get to know a person inside of the UNIA, especially before they get promoted.
I'm just saying we need to start looking at solutions and looking at planning and looking at working together, and I think that's something that will help us to feel like whether we can trust people or not. Also, I know there was a situation where presidents got together and we worked together, and I still feel a kinship with each and every one of those people, and some of them are out there and they know who they are. In terms of, I feel like I can trust them. So trust has to be earned. It can't be just willy-nilly given, but it has to be earned, and that's what has to develop. Okay, and I am complete.
Well, you said a couple of things. One, in reference to trust, you said you didn't want to be in a situation where you couldn't trust people. And then you just said that you wanted to, I'm trying to paraphrase, you wanted to well, let me say this, because you did kind of go to several places. This has not been a workshop. This is not being formed as a committee that's addressing all the different issues of the UNIA. The process that we're involved with is just to look and have a discussion about the history of the UNIA as well as the tools, the Constitution, Preamble, Objects and Aims, the Declaration of Rights of the Negro People of the World, just to review it, because for many of us, it's really foreign. We've spent so little time looking at it and discussing it. So this has been real healthy in that respect. If a president of a division...
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, then we can go move on to number 4, and maybe there'll be another time that we can do this.
And of course, there's something that can be done in everyone's division. If you get something out of this in terms of things that you can share with the members of your division, then certainly take it back. And, out of 6 hours, there ought to be something that somebody can get from these kind of discussions about our history and our tools to be able to take back to their membership and share with them.
This is going to be for 6 hours? Ooh, okay.
It's already been 4.
What time did you start? I thought it was supposed to start at 6.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
3
Thank you, Brother John.
No problem. But yes, Sister Laureen, to Brother Shaka's point, this program was centered around August 31st.
Uh-huh.
And to your point, being able to have these types of gatherings. Right now, we only truly come together twice a year during High Executive Council and during convention. Brother Shaka, Division 401, Baltimore, yourself in DC, I think we all agreed that we can try to take advantage of more opportunities to come together. And again, to Brother Shaka's point, we weren't planning to work through a lot of things tonight. Tonight was primarily focused around the celebration of August 31st, International African Independence Day. And through our celebration, one way we celebrate is teaching, going through the history, acknowledging the accomplishments. And there is a section later in the program where we'll touch on some of the challenges. To your point, we tried to lay out the program to have not necessarily solutions, but resolution, or at least something to look forward to at the end of the program. But it's not an official working session of the UNIA. And the event, honestly, this event hasn't been approved by our leadership. This is just our local divisions coming together saying, hey, we want to put on a program for August 31st.
Okay, now I do want to add this, and then I'll be definitely quiet after this. I remember at the last convention and at this convention, we had a goddess circle. The women had a goddess circle. And this goddess circle, the women decided that we were going to meet more often. Because like you said, if it's only at HEC and at convention, it's not enough, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when we were in Curacao, the men were so concerned. Well, I won't say all the men, but a lot of the men were concerned with what we were doing. And I kept on saying, well, the brothers need to do this. And I am saying, making a suggestion, because I've been hearing mostly brothers speak, that the brothers possibly should get together and have a goddess circle, a God circle, or a men's group where you all can get together as brothers and talk about what you need to talk about. And I think that may work. We haven't figured out our logistics yet, but at this point in time, I think the Goddess Circle will be meeting on Zoom in between the conventions and the HECs, like every other month, not every month, but every other month. And I'm just suggesting possibly that the brothers possibly could do the same. Okay, and that's just a suggestion, and to build relationships. Okay.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Brother
Can
Moore?
can I jump in real quick? And I appreciate Queen Lorraine's suggestion. But I think when the brothers were actually wanting to get involved in the goddess circle, we were told basically to stay in your lane. And I think that is something that actually works with the suggestion of what the men should actually be doing. Although I mean, it's fine. I'm used to taking suggestions from our women, but if it's all right for brothers to be told to stay in their lane, it's all right to to say that thank you for your suggestion, sister, but at this time, the brothers will have to decide that. And we will decide whether or not we want to get up and have that meeting and have those discussions, but, as far as within the UNIA, it's okay. It's all right. Brothers are told that basically when it comes down to Black Cross nursing, let's respect our roles and where we at. We don't want people who are not a part of the Universal African Legion to tell the Legion how they need to act or their uniforms that they should wear and things like that. Let's work on us. So thank you, Sister Lorraine. But
I apologize if I overstepped my bounds. It was just only a suggestion from my observation. And I received what you said. And I will never bring it up again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Lorraine.
All right. Thank you, brothers and sisters. We got a couple other hands. Brother Everett, you've been patient.
Oh, I forgot my hand was up. It was I was just responding to President Lorraine. She was mentioning that some of the things that we could maybe bring from the past to the present and what we could do for the future, like change some things. I think one thing that I may try to get involved with, and that's something that Brother Raymond, I think, did in New York. I know at the convention, he had one of the rosters working and helping out, and he met the brother in prison. They do a program where they go and I guess that would go to the next aim and objective, so I shouldn't say too much, but they went in and, they speak to brothers, talk about the UNIA and stuff like that. I think that's a good program that we could probably incorporate as well as, I think that was pretty much it. I can't even remember. I forgot I had my hand up. I think that everything really would go to the next aim and objective, which is one of them. And what was we on? Amendments to the Needy?
Number 4.
Reclaim the Fallen.
Yeah, we was 3 and going to 4.
Okay, yeah. So Reclaiming the Fallen. That's right. I got them. All right. So I think that would be a good one. A program that, I don't know if I'm sure they did it in the past, but something that we can move forward to the future, reaching out to some of the brothers and sisters that are incarcerated, giving them, assisting them there, things of that nature. But I apologize. I forgot I had my hand up. It probably was a mistake, but I just wanted to comment on that. Rick's first.
No problem, President Everett. Other hand, Dara Monifa.
Peace, family, race first. I'm about to step off, but I wanted to at least contribute a little bit. Here in the Virgin Islands, they're representing the UNIA-ACL Hubert Harrison Queen Mary chapter under Preamble.
Welcome.
And I've been using the website, the UNIA-ACL.org site, and looking at the aims and objectives there. So the fourth bullet there is assist in giving right knowledge to the miseducated. I noticed that Reclaim the Fallen is put on the same line with promote the spirit of pride and love. So just to note that's and there'll be different things in different locations, but that's what the one on the website is showing. That's how it reads. But as an educator, focusing on assisting in giving right knowledge, that's my time. Right knowledge to the miseducated. I see that as being those of us who have had the ability to acquire knowledge, wisdom, and understanding at levels that are above the average of our people for various reasons. For example, running schools, homeschools, different things like that. Those of us, not just in terms of the standard college or university education, but other forms of education, whether it be direct from our griots, our elders, being put in positions to sit at the feet of many of the culture bearers, historians, and so on. We do have a responsibility to support those who have not had those opportunities by sharing directly and indirectly what we've learned. So that's my summary of that.
Thank you very much for that input. And that was addressing aim number 4.
Correct. Assist in giving right knowledge to the miseducated.
Assist in giving right knowledge to the miseducated. And that that is in your constitution, or you just said on a website?
It is on the UNIA-ACL.org website as bullet number 4.
See what this source is. 1 second. Anybody else want to comment on aim and objective number 4? ACL.org.
There's a hyphen between UNIA and ACL. I didn't mention that.
I don't think that's a website, because I think that might be an old website. Our website has government in it. I just realized that.
Thank you. What's the updated one?
Let me give you ours. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Okay, yeah, this is from September 2018. This is a little outdated.
Hold on 1 second. Let me type it up.
Where is that at? When did they... But yes, you are absolutely correct in regards to right knowledge. And again, that's why I was stating what I said in the beginning, the importance of representatives of the UNIA to, you know, instruct the youth, the next generation, as to who we are, what we stand for, what our principles are, and the sources for that knowledge. So thank you, Sister Dara Monifa. Appreciate your input.
I put that website in the chat as well, Brother John.
The official one or the .org? Okay, yeah.
Oh, yes, yeah, our current website for the parent body.
Anyone else want to touch on objective, aim and objective number 4 per the UNIA-ACL Constitution? Everybody quiet now. Okay.
To administer and assist the needy. Didn't we just speak on that?
In depth. In depth, administer to. Let me yes, Brother Shaka spoke in depth on administer to and assist the needy.
Well, because the 5th one is the assist in civilizing the backward tribes of Africa.
Okay. Okay, so you already went to number 5.
Before, would you read number 4? What you have is number 4?
Number 4 should be to administer to and assist the needy.
So what was number 3?
Reclaim the fallen.
Oh, okay.
As Brother Malik said, number 5 is civilize the tribes of Africa, and I've paraphrased it in my own context. Brother Malik, what's your understanding of aim and objective number 5?
I don't like that one.
Brother Malik, you there? You're on mute.
Basically bringing them up to the 21st century. Because, you know, it's still not even electricity all over Africa. So they are behind in terms of technology and whatnot.
I think that's well said. Anyone else want to add to Brother Malik's description of civilizing the tribes of Africa?
I just don't like that word civilized. They may not be up with the technology, but civilized is I know that's coming from the 100 years ago, but I don't like that word. I'm just saying.
I understand. It originally, the whole original context civilized the backwards tribes of Africa. I took out backwards, but civilized the tribes of Africa. I can't take out too much. In regards to this, and yeah, what I've known, this is the call to help the motherland. Mr. Garvey explains that and reminds us that we are all Africans and we are all children of the mother continent. And our treatment or respect that we receive throughout the world has a big part to do with the condition of our mother continent. The respect that the Frenchman gets is due to the respect that the state of France has. Same with the Chinese, Spanish, and any other culture. The respect, when you see these individuals, the respect that they get is due to the respect that their motherland, their mother continent, mother country receives throughout the world. So in order for the Black man and woman throughout the world to be respected globally, we must build up our homeland, Africa, and that'll be the home base of the UNIA-ACL, the headquarters. 3 from Message to the People, Mr. Garvey says, Africa is the motherland of all Negroes. All Negroes were taken from Africa against their will and forced into slavery. Africa is the natural home of the race. One day, all Negroes hope to look to Africa as the land of their vine and fig tree. Therefore, it is necessary to help the tribes of Africa, to help the tribes that live in Africa to advance to a higher state of civilization. The white man is not conscientiously doing it, although he professes to do so. This is only his method of deceiving the world. It is the Negro who must help the Negro. To help the African Negro to achieve civilization is to prepare him for his new place in a new African state that will be the home of all Negroes. So that is Mr. Garvey's further elaboration on aim and objective number 5. Any Brother Shaka, you still with us? You any comments on that? Like Brother Shaka may have dropped.
If I may, Brother John.
President Marua.
Yes, the civilized, the backward tribes of Africa. I think, I mean, from my experience and my just watching how things go, I wonder who actually determined that they were backwards tribes. And I think we need to civilize the backward Africans. Not necessarily just in the motherland, but at home and abroad. We got backward Africans, and they have with different ethnic groups, they have actually acted in an uncivilized manner at certain times. When we look at some of the appalling conditions that have happened, with Africans. I'm thinking of the Hutsis, and the Tutus and Rwanda. I'm thinking about when they were killing each other and going out throughout. I'm thinking about some of the things that has happened when Africans have went, in Nigeria and kidnapped kids and go around with machetes and killing each other. I'm thinking of some of the murders, in the gang warfare in the United States. I think, those are backwards Africans, and they not acting and behaving in an African mindset. So I would change it. I would say backward Africans. I wouldn't necessarily say, and that's just, my opinion. I don't know where it came
home and abroad,
to that we need to actually go through and save the Africans, save people in Africa. I believe that, it's kind of backwards because every other race and ethnic group looks to their homeland to actually to actually speak and represent them. So,
Yes.
I don't know where we get off, saying that, they backwards. I don't know if that's, and it sounds to me kind of like it's propaganda that has been put out by the Europeans. So, I think we need to civilize the backward Africans at home and abroad, as Sister Lorraine said. We got plenty of Africans, here in America that, I don't think that they are civilized. We suffer from supreme mental illness where we don't like ourselves. We don't love our own self. So the self-hate that goes on not only on Africa, but it happens in, we could look at Haiti right now. We need to, actually civilize. Our people need to be civilized when it comes down to some of the things and some of the behaviors that we portray against our own people. That's just my thoughts.
Would anybody know why this one is highlighted red of all of the ancient objects thus far, and this relates to modern day? Question.
The internal strife.
Brother Art had it. What'd you say, Brother Art?
I thought this one was deleted.
Absolutely. When you look at your Constitution amendment from 2005, there's two separate sections titled Aims and Objects. The first section from the 1929 edition has civilized the backwards tribes of Africa, helped civilize the backwards tribes of Africa. The later edition, or the updated 2021 amendments included, well, it has the 2005 amendments. I think it happened in 2005. That complete aim and object was removed. So currently, there are only 10 aims and objects in the UNIA, and that's why I wanted to highlight it. Originally, there were 11. Currently, there are 10. Does anyone going into the formerly number 6, the 6th aim and object, currently the 5th aim and object of the UNIA?
I can share. Greetings, family.
Greetings.
That one is to assist in the development of the independent Negro nations and communities.
Yes. What is your understanding of what that means and how that applies today?
Well, for us to continue to assist and aid in creating more nations to be independent. For instance, the countries that are fighting for their freedoms now in Africa and around the world, continuing to lend a hand in those, and promoting that freedom.
Yes, I would agree. Anyone wish to add to that description of aim and objective number 6? Only thing I would add is the definition of nations. We've extended that in modern time to organizations, particularly here in the United States. We could consider the UNIA a nation, a Negro nation. In addition to that, our brothers in the Moorish Science Temple, followers of Noble Drew Ali, we consider them a nation. They consider themselves a nation. We assist them in their strive for independence. Nation of Islam as well. We consider them independent nation of our people. And in addition to the recognized governments and nations, we also include these organizations as well. So thank you.
So, Brother John, I thought a nation had to actually have landmass. So
That's
with
a
the
sovereign.
UNIA, I know.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I
I'm
know
cut you off.
I know we're a government, and I get it that you could be a government without controlling land. But I always looked at a nation as having land mass, even with the Moors. I've had discussions with plenty of Moors. I don't know where Moor land is. And I'm looking at those of us here, the Africans here in America. We got more Africans here than outside of the continent. That we should be able to be a nation. 43 million Black people here in America.
Yes, sir.
I think we need some independence also. But as far as we don't have a landmass, so that's my take when we start talking about nations. I think we get kind of confused sometimes when we look at nations, ethnicity, and nationality, ethnicity, and and race, and we get those three confused sometimes. So.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. And my description of nation is not necessarily the most popular, but I do have context for it. My understanding of a nation is an idea that's been agreed upon by a group of people, and that idea is promoted usually by a particular individual. And the reason why I use this, or where this definition comes from, it's actually biblical. So when you look in the Bible, I believe it was the sons of Isaac, Jacob and Esau. Look at the Bible, reference the Bible. It'll say that they were fighting with each other in the womb, and even in the Bible it says that there were two nations in her womb. So if the Bible can say that people and the ideas that people create are the ones that become nations, I believe that Garveyism, Garvey land will be a thing at some point. But before there was a land of Israel, before it was a landmass, geographical borders titled Israel, the Bible said that there was a nation in his mother's womb. So I believe it's a concept.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see, here in Chicago, I remember when I used to be for lack of a better term, I used to be what they would call a gangbanger. And Brother Shaka made what we all looked at it as actually, we were nations. We weren't gangs, we were nations. So, the Blackstone, it was the Blackstone Nation. The Gangster Disciple, it was the Gangster Disciple Nation. So I mean, if we looking at it like that, I'm not, I don't necessarily look at the Bible as my directive. I mean, if it's in the Bible, I mean, I don't look at that as my guide, But I get it. I understand. We can call ourselves nations if we want. I mean, and if we want to do that, if we want to do an ideology, from an ideological point, then okay, we can do that. But I always looked at nations as land.
I'm with
having
you.
a landmass.
I'm with you, and I don't disagree that in modern context, realistically, so to speak, you're absolutely right. Dr. Shams, you had your hand up.
Race first.
Race first, Dr. Shams.
if you look at certain documents that give us our sovereignty according to the United Nations, like the International Document on Human Rights, International Human Rights Law, the Declaration of Indigenous Rights, self-determination, and the right to have a self-government can also be considered on the path of independent Negro nations as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's that's where I'm going. Those declarations that we make as a people, the aspirations that we make as a people, when we come together to form this society of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, it's an inception of what we would consider a nation. But I understand what everyone's saying. Next aim and object of the UNIA after independent Negro nations, this would be formerly number 7, currently number 6. Has to do with representation.
To establish agencies and commissionaries or something like that.
Yeah, pretty.
I don't know about 4. I'm guessing.
To establish commissaries or commissionaries or agencies in the principal countries and cities of the world for the representation and protection of all Negroes, irrespective of nationality.
Yes. I'll try to remember through ambassadors, embassies. Brother Malik, I think you gave a description on the last one. Brother Everett, you want to give a shot of your understanding of our aim and object to have ambassadors and embassies for our representation?
I think it means we just need to have someone representing us that looks out for us, all across the world, especially in different countries and states and cities.
Yes.
That's what I would sum it up as, pretty much.
Yes. Yes. Again, when we looked at the Constitution, when we looked at the officers of the High Executive Council, we talked about the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Our jurisdiction is everywhere people of Negro blood reside, so all over the world. In order to manage that, in order to organize that network, there must be representatives in each community where our people live to not only speak to their needs, but also address their issues and address their complaints. If our people are being mistreated in a certain community, they should have access to their own executive body of the UNIA, and that executive body of the UNIA can either communicate directly with the local government, or that body can communicate with the leadership of the UNIA. And now, you may be a small group of 100 people, in Guinea, for example, but you have the representation, you have the backing of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. You have the backing of all Negroes throughout the world. So this process, and this is primarily done through our leadership, through division presidents, the parent body, that communication, our monthly meetings. We're in those times we have an opportunity to share what's going on in our community and share if there's any assistance that's needed. But we should have representatives to make sure our people are taken care of and not abused all throughout the world. Any questions on ambassadors and embassies? Objective number 7. Currently number 6. Okay, in addition to representatives, what else do we need as a people? What is the original 8th aim and object of the UNIA? Anybody know it? All right.
To promote a conscientious spiritual worship among the native tribes of Africa.
Conscientious spiritual worship. What's your understanding of conscientious spiritual worship, Brother Malik?
I'm not sure, because I'm going to ask you, is this being one religion instead of it being like Christian, Islam, Judaism, or whatever? Just everybody doing one under one umbrella religiously?
So Mr. Garvey has his writings, and we will go to his writings. My understanding, the way we apply it is monotheism, one God, one aim, one destiny. So any of the monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, no matter what you call the supreme creator, as long as there's a belief that there is a supreme creator, I think is a fundamental concept of us coming together. We won't all be exactly alike in this universal confraternity, but we will need to have some similarities. And if you have multiple gods and I have one God, and your gods are disagreeing with each other, that can cause some issues amongst this confraternity.
Okay, so where would that put Yoruba?
Yeah, that's right. So I think this one means it has to be race first. Your religion has to be race first. So if you got one God, or you got many gods, are they black gods for black people? If not, then you don't, you need to get rid of that God. It has to be race first. So my religion is race first. It's all about the race. And if it's any religion that the Arabs got their God, the Europeans have their God, and their gods tend to work for their people. I mean, if you're looking at, their God take care of their people, so we need a black God, or black gods that take care of black people. Anything else is it doesn't work for me. So, I don't get off into other people's God. If it's not a black God, if it's not a race first God, a God of African people for African people, then it's not conscientious to me. I mean, we should not be worshiping somebody else's God. Period.
I'm with you.
It has to be a God for black people. It has to be a God that's gonna take care of his people. If not, we don't need him.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
My religion is race first. Is Africanism. Period.
All right, Brother Malik, did you have something?
No, that was it.
All right, we'll go to the text on this one. Let's see. And again, I mean, we still have to modernize these teachings. I do question when we use the word God. I think it can be somewhat vague, have different meanings to different people. Again, for me, I'm thinking creator, and I didn't think that there could be multiple creators in other religions. I still only thought that there was one creator. But Mr. Garvey says objective number 8, to promote a conscientious spiritual worship among the native tribes of Africa.
But in Genesis, it says, let us make man in our image.
Yes. And what's your point? So you don't believe that there's a Most High God?
No, I'm just saying as far as it's most high, but I'm just saying as far as the one. So apparently they were all the same if we were made in their image.
I say, I mean, my thought is many workers, but one lieutenant or general, so to speak. You know, there were many that were doing things, but there was one that was telling what needed to be done and how to do it. That's my understanding.
Okay.
But Mr. Garvey says, consider. Go ahead.
I believe in the course of African philosophy. The Honorable Marcus Garvey said that God is creative intelligence.
Universal intelligence.
Universal intelligence, right. Yeah. So you know, when we look at like Kemetic teachings, you know, we had Osiris and Isis, or Aset and Osir, you know, that was two. You know, only in the European religions it's just one. You know, it's like, you know, but from African teachers, it always was a male and a female. It always was a mother and a father to make them, you know. So, you know,
yin and yang.
Right. So, you know, when I look at it, you know, like that, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, my only requirement is that your God be black.
Yes, sir. We do still believe our motto: one God, one aim, one destiny.
Right.
Okay. That's all. I'm just.
Yeah, right. Creative intelligence. That's it. That's the one God, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But just to
right.
wrap
Universal
it up,
intelligence.
considering that there's so many different religious thoughts. So again, it's about bringing us together. You know, once we do come together in the same room, are our beliefs going to cause conflict? The Negro, Mr. Garvey says that the Negro should be brought under the influence of one system of religion and belief in one God. An honest effort should be made to instruct him in his particular desires and not to exploit him by teaching him different religions. There's to be no speculative idea behind his religion. It's not super direct, but again, I think the intent of, as I've said, you know, once we do come together is if I you know, pray 5 times a day, if you choose to eat pork, or if you know, you don't cover your head when you pray or whatever, are these differences going to cause conflict over the principles of race first? So any questions on objective? Currently number 7, previously number 8.
So is that and I'm sorry, Brother John. So is that saying that we need to unify under one doctrine? Because what you just actually.
Yeah, it says one system.
It says the Negro should be brought under the influence of one system of religion and the belief in one God. It does say that, but it doesn't say what that system is.
Yeah, see, let's go back to what I asked at the beginning with the conscientious spiritual thing. Like, is that all supposed to be under one, dropping all the different like I said, Judaism, Christianity, because Christianity is broken down into a million different sects. Islam, is it supposed to be just one religious system, like it just says, one system of religion?
Yes, that's what it says. But I argue, I think we're supposed to create this system. I don't think it's anything that's currently in existence.
Can I add something to that? A friend of mine had a poster in her house, and I think it speaks to all of this. And it had many paths, one source.
Mm-hmm.
and had like maybe 12, 15 different religions going around, and then they all pointed to the one source, which is the God source. And I'm thinking that that's the way maybe we should all look at it. Is there's many paths, but the bottom line is the universal spirit, is the creator, you know,
Universal
it's that,
intelligence.
and universal intelligence is that one source that we all came from. You know, that we can't explain, but we all came from that one source. So we can look at it that way, and there's several paths that people are involved in terms of their beliefs. You know, so I lend that out as something to consider.
Yes, ma'am. We got two hands up. Brother Frank, did you have your hand up first?
I just wanted to say, you know, I agree with Sister Butler in saying that there's one source. Also, you have to read the chapter on God and Message to the People, because that will help you understand kind of that it is the concept of God is greater than any human being or man, and it doesn't follow anything that man can really conceive of. It's a universal intelligence. We can't even, you know, so I think we get caught up in trying to call it one system. But the other thing I would add to that is that we have to accept others' beliefs as well.
Yes, sir.
So regardless of who you call God, regardless of what you believe in, as long as it doesn't, like, you know, infringe on our rights and our race first mentality, then we don't have no problem with who you worship.
Yes, yes. Yep. And again, thank you, Brother Frank. But again, you know, we got to remember, this is aim and objective originally number 8. So this is after we've gone through, let's go back here, universal confraternity, promoting pride and love, reclaiming the fallen, administering to and assisting the needy, civilizing the you know, backwards Africans here and there, assisting independent Negro nations, having representatives throughout the world, and now we're talking about conscientious spiritual worship. So it's not after, but it's all happening at the same time. But again, as we come together, as we organize, as we, you know, bring these 10,000 people into one building, are we going to have disagreements about religion? That's the question. Any other questions on conscientious spiritual worship before we proceed to the next aim?
Yeah, man.
Ross Marvin, President Ross.
Boy, I've been enjoying the program since early after 6, and I want to big up everyone who joined us today. Too much names to call out. My long time brethren, President Marua, my brethren Shaka, First VP 429, President Everett, President Lorraine. And I want to remind everybody, say that when we refer to each other, we have titles, and we have to use those titles. Whoever's a president, we have to say President John, we have to say President Maru, President Everett. We have to respect that, because those are the workers of our government. And I heard many comments tonight, and I know a nation is a group of people that share similar culture. And also I know that, to me, a government is like on a higher form than a nation to me. And as President Marua says, you can be a government without territorial land. There's 2 examples of that in society in the world today. The Palestinians are considered the Palestinian government, but yet they don't have a land. And also the Vatican is also a government, world government, and they don't have like a territorial border of a nation. And only two world governments in the world, the Pope of Babylon, and we, the UNIA-ACL, is a global government. I've been listening and I didn't hear what our ancestors did to form our government. And a lot of us might refer to UNIA-ACL as a government, but yet we don't know why we're a government. And I was taught by the Honorable Consul General Farooq Muhammad what makes us a government, the 5 things that our ancestors did in August 1920. So I just wanted to share those 5 things. And what we're going through right now is very vital, the aims and objects of the UNIA-ACL. And this is the deepest conversation that I ever heard on the aims and the objects. And I love how First VP, Brother Shaka, break it down. And I would love to hear from our good brother from out of DC, Brother Maruma, who was on the call yesterday with us, President John. Maruma, sorry, my pronunciation is not proper, so forgive me, my brother. But I respect you and I respect everybody on the call. So number 1, what our ancestors did August 1st and 2nd in New York City, Madison Square Garden, was a plebiscite. Number 2 was the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World, August 13th, 1920. Yes, even though the red, black, and green flag is in the Declaration from August 13th, the flag was revealed to the world on August 15th, 1920. So that's the 3rd thing that Consul General Farooq Muhammad taught us, that in modern times, every government that was formed in modern times, and we're talking about the last 1,000 years, had to do these 5 things. So number 3 is a flag. So 1 is the plebiscite, 2 is the declaration, 3 is the flag, 4 is our UNIA Constitution, and 5 is recognition from other governments. And also in continuing, just commenting on the different things, like for instance, no religion. We know that the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey and our ancestors, whatever your religion is or whatever, so be it. You see what I'm saying? We're here to unite African people. It doesn't matter what your spirituality is. And a sister had mentioned earlier, maybe an hour or 2 ago, about solutions. And I just want to remind everyone that there's 1,000 times the number of people that's on the call. If you multiply that by 1,000, there's 1,000 Africans out there who's searching for us and don't know that we exist. So brothers and sisters, the conversation yesterday was, imagine if we had a division that had 10,000 members. 10,000 members times by 46, which is the yearly due, will give that division a budget of $460,000 a year, or maybe $500,000 a year. Our goal in Division 421 in Atlanta is to have 500 active members, which will give us a yearly budget of $23,000 US, and approximately 6,000, 30% or so, will go to our parent body to help build our government. And that will leave the division with an operating budget of approximately 17,000, 18,000 US a year. So I'm talking about this because the sister mentioned solutions, which is very important. So what we have to do, brothers and sisters, to get that 1,000 times the 20,000 50,000 brothers and sisters who exist right now and don't even know about us and don't even know that we're having this celebration for the forming of our government. So after our ancestors did those 5 things in August 1920, August 31st is when the government was established. So those who are on the call, everyone on the call must know the 5 things our ancestors did to establish the UNIA-ACL government. And when it comes to in modern times, African governments that was formed, the UNIA-ACL is the 3rd government that was formed in modern times. We have first Haiti back in 1804. We have Liberia, Second African government, 1849. And the UNIA is the 3rd government, African government that was formed in modern times. We're leaving out Ethiopia because Ethiopia was never colonized by the Europeans, and they've been a foundation from the beginning. So Ethiopia is before everybody.
Ras Marvin, you there? Ras Marvin? Ras. Okay. Okay. It looks like we may have lost Ross for a moment. He was jumping ahead in the program, speaking of the 5 requirements to establish a government. I remember he touched on the flag, introduced August 15th, 1920. Mr. Garvey says, hold on, let's see if we can find it really quick. What Mr. Garvey says about a flag. What does Mr. Garvey say about a flag? He says that the flag of a nation is the emblem that signifies the existence of that nation. Have your flag, it is red, black, and green. Be proud of it, for it is the emblem of your race. When other nations exhibit theirs, exhibit yours. Make songs about your nation and sing them. Write poetry about your nation and read it, recite it. Glorify your nation glorify your nation in music and songs. Don't sing the songs of other races. Don't recite inspirational poems of other races. Sing and recite your own. But the main point is the flag of a nation is an emblem that signifies the existence of that nation. So this is not just a symbol of emotional pride, but again, this is a declaration of our nation as the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the nation that represents Negroes all throughout the world. In our Constitution, which was first created in 1918, and we've recently amended that in 2021. All divisions should be reviewing the Constitution and in anticipation for the 2026 potential amendments for any updates, changes needed to the Constitution. We plan to do that in 2026, so that'll be the next opportunity. And recognition from other governments, which was documented by Dr. Tony Martin in Race First. President Ross, you make it back? He got knocked out. Just briefly on the comments of nation, not finally, but one other thing that I had saw that Ross had mentioned from Race First by Dr. Tony Martin. He has a definition for a definition that he uses. Bottom of page 227 of Race First, it says the adoption of the 1928 national line of the Communist International is usually presented as having proceeded from Stalin's famous definition of a nation. It says, quote, a nation is an historically evolved, stable community of language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a community of culture. So it does imply some form of territory, which we all understand. But we can't overlook the cultural aspect, the confraternity, the standards of what it takes to be considered a quote unquote Garveyite, a officer of the UNIA, a officer of the High Council of the UNIA. We still have to stand firm on those standards as we develop this society in our pursuit for that ultimate goal of a geographical landmass or territory. Any questions, comments before we proceed with the aims and objects? Everybody like the world with. All right.
Race first.
Dr. Shams.
Yeah, I think the law may have been updated and upgraded a little bit from 1920 because at that time the United Nations as we know it now was at that time called the League of Nations.
Yes, sir.
And around 1940, 1945, it became the United Nations, and they had other countries and other laws added into the body of what the United Nations recognized. And I'm not sure at what point they decided that they consider an individual, a person, a people, anything like that have the right to self-determination. And there is a such thing with the international human rights laws and the Declaration of Indigenous Rights as a self-government founded on self-determination as well. So I think the law upgraded from 1920 when it was the League of Nations until where it became the United Nations. So you got to look at two different laws, two different times, two different laws. Peace and race first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Shams. Race first. We always have to be mindful of history. Thank you for that, Dr. Shams. We've got three more aims and objects, last three. Anybody got number 9? After conscientious spiritual worship, what else do we need as a people, as a race, as a nation? What are we missing?
To establish universities, colleges, academies, and schools for the racial education and culture of the people.
Racial education, schools and education. What does that mean? How does that look today, Lady President Latil?
We are uplifting them in the education of what it means to be race first and what it means to be about their people. So that's including, I think it should include academies, including from pre-K or, birth, when you put the headphones on the belly all the way up until post-education being college and universities.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Brother James, I see you. Brother James about to hit this out the park. Before Brother James, Brother James, if you need to present, I'll give you that authority. But yes, Sister Till, you're absolutely correct. Mr. Garvey says we don't just need educational programs, but we need entire systems of education from pre-K through post high school, higher education, grad education. Brother James, greetings.
Yeah, greetings, family. Greetings, Brother President. I don't know. Okay, well, I guess I'll just cover it verbally. I don't think it'll let me. I don't think it'll let me show my screen.
I can pull up
what's
the
on my
picture
phone.
that from your last event. That's.
Oh yeah. That'll work.
Okay.
That'll work. But while you pulling that up, I just want to say greetings to the family on the call. It's an honor to be amongst men and women, race men and women and men, rooted in Garveyism. So, greetings to you all. For those
Greetings,
who
Brother
may not
James.
appreciate you. So for those of y'all who may not know me, I've been a member of Division 421 going on 5 years now, and I'm actually a children's author. Some of you all know Brother Mama, Brother President Everett, Brother John, Brother Malik, Brother President Ross, and to the others on the call who I didn't acknowledge, you all are well aware. But one thing when it comes to especially this objective and aim is that we have to make sure that we are constantly reaching for the youth, and not just philosophically and not just verbally in ways that saying what we need to do and how we have to say, but we have to make real efforts. I've written a book that's been out about 5 years now called Teach Me About Garvey, and it's for elementary school ages. And what I do is I go across pretty much the country. With the book, I go into different school systems, and I'm doing this on my own dime. I go in there. At first, it started off a lot of the schools. I'd have to give the books away for free to the students. You know what I'm saying? And then I was able to find out the lay of the land and find out about their budgets and so forth. And some of the schools have been supporting me, buying books and so forth. And so in doing that, I'm able to actually touch the children, in regards to the book, touch the children's mentality from a Garveyite perspective with this actual book. And what I believe, if we are really considering these aims and objectives wholeheartedly, is that the UNIA, we will have to get behind this endeavor and making sure that not only the public knows about this book and has the book, but making sure that our members with children and their extended families, making sure that they have the book. One of the reasons that's important is because it's a method of controlling the narrative about the UNIA, and it intensifies our position with the children. Now, we probably don't think about the children when we think about controlling narratives and so forth like that, but we in 2024 right now, and we're closer to 2050 than we are 2007. You know what I'm saying? I think that might be wrong, but we are constantly moving forward. So we have to be thinking constantly about the children who are coming forth every day. We have to make sure that that we are putting true content in front of them that helps them get an understanding of Garvey and Africa. But it also puts us in a position to distribute the information about Garvey to the youth. And when it comes to this book, this is one book in particular. When it comes to this book, we are the only ones who are qualified to dispense information on Garvey. And we have to remember that. And we have to take advantage of this type of opportunity, being that we actually have a Garveyite who is an active member, who did actually create a product, not just a product, but an instrument to engage the youth, entice the youth, and help impose upon their minds the significance and importance of Garveyism and what that means for them in their global relation to the world. Another thing about this, and I kind of see this with the Nation of Islam, which is a brainchild of the UNIA, but nonetheless, the Nation of Islam does this. A lot of the content on Elijah Muhammad, some on Malcolm, and their dealings, whether it be a message to the black man, how to eat to live, they control that content. They control, distribute, and publish that information. Now, I've taken upon myself to self-publish it and get it out there, but that again, and so, oh my bad, it's throwing me out. So, in doing that, it also provides another means of recruitment because 50 years from now, which it's not as far as long as we think. Even 20 years from now, many of us on this call, some of us on this call won't be here, and it'll be 30, 25-year-olds in this place, in some of our places who will be at the helm. So we have to again make sure that while they're young and impressionable, we are providing them with the content, the necessary content told from our perspective, the Garvey perspective, so that they're able to carry out the type of things that we need them to do. And one fundamental question I like to pose, and many of you all on this call understand this, and this isn't directed at you, but it may be for you to direct at others. How can non-Garveyites see more value in this instrument as a mechanism for race consciousness than members of the UNIA? And I pose that question because what it does is it reveals the true state that we're in as far as it comes to the information and our approach to the youth. Dr. Amos Wilson, I don't know if all of you are familiar, I'm sure some of you are familiar. Dr. Amos Wilson even talked about the political necessity of keeping our people of being opposed to reading and literature. And we have to be honest, we're kind of culprits in there. And for an organization like us who come from Garvey and high message put to the people, he talked about us reading 4 hours a day. We have to correct that. And it's not negotiable. We have to fashion our youth into the type of outstanding members and builders and Garveyites that we will need them to be. But that's only going to start by us first giving them the content and programs that give them a clear depiction of Garvey and Africa while simultaneously ingratiating them into literature. So that was my spiel on why it's important to make sure that our youth, and our youngsters in particular, have that book, have Teach Me About Garvey. And while I do have an interest in it, I'm out here every day giving it away for free. And I don't make any apologies about it. However, it would really help in reaching more of our youth if the UNIA was behind me in doing that. So, yeah, that was my presentation right there. Appreciate you, Brother John. Race first.
Race first. Thank you, Brother James, our youth coordinator. Brother James, we've been in discussion. I'll go ahead and say it here amongst our officers. At our upcoming September executive meeting, I will be pushing or calling for us to purchase a case of books from Brother James. We've been on this line 4 hours now. We've been talking. We briefly touched on the concept of solutions. It's going to be hard. I would have a hard time finding a better solution than what Brother James is providing right now. This is a long-term solution. This is not, an immediate turnaround or immediate, gain, but the quality seeds that we could plant in the quantity of a UNIA body, I think could be very, very extremely beneficial for us in the long run, similar to the philosophies and opinions in Mr. Garvey's time. So,
if I may, my brother.
Yes, Brother Moore.
Yeah, I just wanted to co-sign my favorite author, Brother James Wilson. Is not only he was being modest talking about going around the country, he's gone all around the world, Africa, and anywhere he can find a receptive ear to put out the best children's book. And I have about 20 plus of them in my home. And this by far is the most superior product I've ever seen, children's book or otherwise, written on the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. So this is something that everybody, in fact, I have a 9-year-old autistic grandchild who loves the book, can't stop reading it, calls me up and talks about the book, so I mean, this is how impactful and effective it is. And not only that, which is more than enough, I mean, that's a generational blessing that we all should be taking advantage of. It will last for hundreds of years, I'm sure. But also the book on Malcolm is so filled with Garveyism. I mean, it's the most Garveyite version of Malcolm X, who really tried to introduce UNIA to the Nation of Islam. This is a man who Garveyitized the nation more than anybody, because, and after he left the nation, certainly went back toward his Garvey roots, So anyway, no one covers that better than the book you put together. And because it's hip hop, it got a little rhyme structure and the brilliant photos and the quality of the material in the book. I mean, I couldn't have even conceived of a better idea for a book for our youth than that particular one. So, as Mr. Garvey said about education, is the medium by which people prepare for the advancement of their civilization. We certainly need tools like this in our award chest if we're going to ever reach juvenile division, if we ever going to really embed certain love and respect for our heroes who made their distinct contribution to our racial history. We certainly going to need tools like this one, and I'm ready to buy as many as I possibly can and, give them away myself. I'm a huge proponent of that particular book. So I just wanted to say that not that you needed me to beat your drum, but I just wanted to co-sign that, my brother.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. I had to say that, but I appreciate all that. And it's an uphill fight, an uphill battle in doing that because our people are very reluctant to, take to literature, even as a means of liberation. And it's really fascinating that, they take less of an appreciation when it comes to preparing the youth. So, Brother Mama, I appreciate those words. They mean more to me than you'll ever know. But I see some of the messages in the chat, and I'm gonna DM y'all individually. But again, Brother President, I appreciate you letting me get that out. And Brother Mama, I appreciate the cosign. And yeah, race first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Race first.
I just wanted to say to Brother James, and most of you already know that we have a Know Thyself book fair in February. It's always the first Saturday in February in Washington, D.C. This is President Laureen in Division 330. And I just wanted to let Brother James know if we need to talk. So if you could put your email address or your phone number so I can get in touch with you so that we will at least have your books on hand if it's possible for you to come to DC for that day, and you would be able to present your book and talk about it at the book fair, because that's what our book fair is about, Black authors and introducing them to the community. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm putting that in the chat right now, that email. I appreciate that. And I will make that. Thank you.
And your phone number as well. Yes.
Okay,
I'm giving you enough time. It's in not until February. I think it's 3rd this year. I got to check in 2025, but I'll check and let you know.
I appreciate that. Thank
you. Mm-hmm.
And again,
yes, Brother James. Brother James, this is Brother Marua from Division 401 in Chicago. We will be very interested to maybe purchase a case of books so we can have them on hand. So just let me know what the price for the case is, and I'll take it to my division, and hopefully we'll be able to to purchase the books. I think what you're doing is great. And when you came to Chicago, I know that some of our members were able to go out and meet you. But we will be very, very interested into actually purchasing some books. So thank you, brother. Thank you for your work and your sacrifice. Thank you.
I appreciate that, bro. And I'm responding. I'm responding to it now. I was in Chicago last year, and I actually went to Marcus Garvey Elementary. And of course, we know none of the students knew who Marcus Garvey was. But after I left, we had about 6 of them who knew. So yeah, we got work to do up there. But I'm sending that to U.N.I.A right now, bro. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Raise first, brother.
Yes, sir. And just to wrap it up and bring it back to the aims and objects, the solution that I've always seen that the UNIA brings is a program, whether we call it a program of rehabilitation for older members or a program of education and what's the other word? I don't want to say indoctrination, but that can be good as well. But bringing up the youth into this lifestyle, this mentality of race first, and again, covering all stages, from pre-K through post high school. So let's not wait until we, get schools and then start to look for the teachers and the curriculum. Let's take advantage of what we have. So Brother James is really adamant about, pushing this nationally and internationally, especially through the UNIA. So Atlanta, he is a son of Atlanta. We will take the leadership, and we will, hopefully we can be the division that purchases the most books. But this is definitely something that we encourage, we promote, and we would like to see become an official program of the UNIA-ACL leadership. So thank you, Brother James, again. With that, we got two more aims and objects. We've been crawling through this. What do we need after schools and education? I don't know why my screen sharing stopped. What do we need after schools and education? What's the 10th aim and objective of the UNIA? What some would consider the most important today. It's the one we seem to not argue, but try to put a lot of time and energy into.
Commercial industry.
Commerce and industry. Yes, it's that universal global economy, I guess I call it, but universal commerce and industry network. Brother Everett, what do you understand about that? How do we implement that today?
Starting businesses. I think message to the people, it said every Negro must indulge in some sort of business. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it says, but we need to start businesses and industries so we can, create a market of our own, hire our own, and support an economic basing system.
Yes, sir. It's the good old economy, collective economy. I forgot the Swahili word, the Kwanzaa word, but if I got apples, you got oranges, we can trade apples and oranges. There's no reason for us to go outside and purchase those things. So we have to look at this network of us as African people. Look at the reality that Africa provides more resources to other nations than anyone provides to her. So we have the ability to sustain ourselves within our own network, but due to disorganization, we've allowed others to step in and kind of manage our production. So we have to organize the truck drivers, the business owners, the producers, the merchants, the customers, that entire process, and make sure that we control it. It's wholly controlled and owned by us, and the people that benefit are people that look like us. So global, wholly owned and controlled economy. Any questions on number 10? Okay. Anybody know our last aim and object of the UNIA?
To work for better conditions in all Negro communities.
How do you remember that?
No, I'm reading it.
Well, how would you apply it? What does that mean? I've got to, yeah.
Yeah, going back to what we were talking about, going out, how we were doing with the grocery giveaway.
Yes.
And the Black Family Day, when I was talking about going out doing the cleaning and passing out literature and connecting with the people in the community that we serve.
Yes. Mr. Garvey said there's always work to be done in this endeavor, I believe. Leave no stone unturned. So anything that's not listed specifically that is for the benefit of our people, we take a responsibility, we take ownership to do it. So whether that's cleaning up our community, whether that's feeding our community, we really need to get into some landscaping and kind of de-weeding because we got things grow pretty quick down here in the South. But just helping our people, it's particularly our elders. That's what I was thinking. But anything that's not listed specifically, helping people cross the street, we have that responsibility through aim and objective number 11. So the way we kind of explain this is, I mean, when you look at the aims and objectives, there's nothing here that you can think of, honestly. With the addition of number 11, it touches on that's universal. So anything for the benefit of the African race is in the 11 aims and objects of the UNIA. So for me, once we understand this, once we get the UNIA functioning properly, there's no need for any other of these groups, particularly a lot of the groups that have popped up recently, but that's a whole nother topic. Any questions on the 11 aims and objects of the UNIA before we proceed with the program? We'll probably wrap up 11 p.m. Brother Shaka left me by myself. Brother Marua, anything you see you? All right.
Yeah, I was just thinking as a solution for that, it could be as simple as, that system of random.
Lady President Lorraine, what solution for what system are you talking about? Everybody be having connection issues.
She got muted.
Where's she at? I don't see her name in here no more. There she go. Sister Lorraine, you on mute. Lady President Lorraine, you. Okay. Now she dropped off. All right. We will proceed. We spent quite an extensive time on aims and objectives, but as we should, it's a fundamental component of the UNIA. Like like the preamble, we should, in essence, these items should be committed to memory when we go out to talk to our people about the UNIA. They're going to want to know what we stand for, and what better than the preamble? What better than the aims and objectives? So, the 11 aims and objectives of the UNIA. Proceeding with the aims and objectives, we were going to look at a brief look at Booker T. Washington's correspondence with Marcus Garvey, just to show. This was one of Brother Shaka's slides. This was to show the connection, basically, and the fact that Mr. Garvey wasn't a nobody, and he was able to receive the recognition of what some may consider the most important African American at that time, and not only receive his recognition, but receive his invitation to come to the United States. So, according to the letter from Booker T. Washington to Marcus Garvey, wait, hold on 1 minute. Yeah. September 17th, 1914. It says that I hope that when you come to America, you will come to Tuskegee, see for yourself what you are striving to do for the colored young men and women of the South. And people should understand the reasoning for Mr. Garvey coming to the United States in the first place in 1916. And a lot of that, from what we understand in the records, a lot of that initially was because Mr. Garvey was trying to start a Booker T. Washington style institute in Jamaica. So he was coming to learned from the quote unquote sage of Tuskegee himself. But yeah, he did get a personal invitation from Booker T. Washington, who was someone that he looked up to. We should also understand that, again, I think I mentioned it with the statements of where's the black man government. It was the reading of Up From Slavery, the reading, read by Marcus Garvey, that inspired him to become quote unquote a race leader, or to lead his race. So we should understand the significance between the connection, or the significance of the connection, specifically between Marcus Garvey and Booker T. Washington. Okay, this was just, I'll take these out. This is just a reminder to support your UNIA. So I'm gonna drop this in the chat and we will proceed. It's Cashapp for our parent body, so didn't want to forget that in the process of the presentation. Okay, slide. How that's gonna work. Next, we talk about Mr. Garvey arriving in the United States on March 1916. Again, this was a shocker slide. According to excerpt from Race First by Dr. Tony Martin, page 7, again, why Mr. Garvey was coming to the United States. Garvey had planned to undertake a fundraising lecture tour in the United States beginning this very month, having received an assurance of support from Booker T. Washington. But the latter's death caused him to postpone his trip until 1916. So he was originally going to travel sometime in 1915. Mr. Booker T. Washington passed November 15th, 1915, and Mr. Garvey's trip to America was postponed to 1916. Garvey arrived in New York on March 23rd, 1916, for a lecture tour, which he thought would last 5 months. So he got here in 1916, he thought he would just do a lecture tour for 5 months, confined to the Black audiences, mostly in the South. So he was planning to travel through the South. Arranged for his mail to be delivered to an address in Jamaica during his absence, and let it be known wherever he went in America that he was raising funds for an industrial institute to be established in Jamaica. And we must understand that I don't think it was until I got to understand the dates. I don't want to give a bad date, but I know that when Mr. Garvey first got here in 1916, Brother Moriama, you may know better, President Marua, you may know as well, when Mr. Garvey officially became, maybe it was when he officially became President General, but I know for a long time he was still had the title of President of Jamaica and Traveling Commissioner of the UNIA. So my question was, I don't know when that transitioned or changed, but I know in 1916 he was still under the title of President of Jamaica.
Yeah. Well, from my understanding, I never really paid that much attention to it, but from my understanding, it was when he incorporated in 1918 that the title changed, because he had set up a division in 1917, but then quickly dissolved it, and that's when he was still headquartered in Jamaica. But after which, when he reincorporated in 1918, the headquarters was in New York. So that's when he started. He started from being a traveling commissioner and president, and he started, doing the work right here where he was receiving overwhelming success in organizing.
Gotcha. That's what I thought as well. 1918. I wasn't, confident on the date or particularly the month. But thank you for that clarification.
And just for a historical note, the UNIA was founded on the 1-year anniversary of the East St. Louis riot. There was a major his speech concerning our suffering and the massacre of blacks in the East St. Louis riot is what catapulted his presence on a world stage. And a lot of people started to take notice after he delivered a powerful address and wrote an article on a massacre in East St. Louis. And a year later, he celebrated that by founding the UNIA Incorporated as well. Is that same date is when W.E.B. Du Bois wound up producing his shameful closed ranks article, where he told black folks to forget the grievances they have with America and go off the war to die for America. Which, anyway, a lot of black nationalists wind up ripping them to shreds on. So anyway, that's just a little bit of history.
Understand. Yeah, the particularly it was he was still officially doing a lot of work under the title of president of the Jamaica division of the UNIA. I thought was pretty interesting. Garvey's advent, and this is just a small, I don't think this even has any input. Garvey's advent into the United States did not find him as much a stranger to conditions there as some are led to believe. For one thing, his wide reading on racial matters had obviously included the racist condition in North America. More than this, though, Garvey's visit to the United States came in the midst of a large-scale migration of West Indians to that country. So not much context, but so the important point here is Garvey's arrival officially in the United States in March 23rd, 1916. Oh yeah, one thing I believe Mr. Brother Shaka wanted to acknowledge or point was Mr. Garvey went specifically to New York. I forgot the context that he was putting behind that, but something in regards to New York was ripe for those conditions, and I think that goes to what this says on the last line. More than this, though, Garvey's visit to the United States came in the midst of a large-scale migration of West Indians to the United States. But the fact of the matter, March 23rd, 1916, New York. Questions, comments on Garvey's arrival?
Yeah, he went to Harlem.
Harlem.
He went to Harlem, which was the Mecca at the time of that migration. That's why people were actually going, especially those from the east and southern states. They were going to Harlem.
Yes, sir. And yeah, we should understand the what became the Harlem Renaissance, but we believe heavily influenced by Mr. Garvey and the UNIA. So yes, absolutely.
That's right.
1921st International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World. President Ross kind of already touched on this, so I'm not going to belabor, but we should remember, as we are taught, the 5 requirements to establish a government, primarily completed during the First International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World. One of the big takeaways, again, while we are here, is Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World, August 13th, 1920. I'll go through this briefly because I kind of wanted to more so touch on the Declaration of Rights before we run out of time. Again, that's why we're here, Declaration 53 in particular. But 5 forces that worked against the UNIA. Some may ask, why isn't the UNIA, based on the accomplishments, based on the history, the success of Mr. Garvey, why isn't the UNIA bigger and larger today than in that time? So what did Mr. Garvey and the UNIA work against? And we are taught through the text Race First by Dr. Tony Martin, page 13. He says that there were at least 5 forces that worked against Garvey, first being the United States government, several forms in which we can talk about that. The district attorney, the attempt on Mr. Garvey's life, sabotage, internally, but even though that's its own. But I think most notably, the trial and eventually deportation from the United States by the United States government. So United States was and still is, I believe, a clear I don't want to say enemy, but in opposition to the principles of the UNIA, to the principles of the uplift of the Negro race. So we must understand that and keep that in mind. Number two would be, anybody want to comment on the first aim and force that worked against us? The second one would be European powers. We understand that the European powers to be, we understand the United States to be in alliance or the working arm of the European powers. After Mr. Garvey's deportation, he went directly to Europe because he felt he could be more effective on the front line, so to speak. But we should definitely understand the connection between Europe and the United States. They have always will, and I believe always will continue to be hidden allies. Third would be the communists. Those were the big political opponents at the time. The communists wanted to recruit Africans to benefit their political numbers, but also be part of their labor force. But Mr. Garvey says that communism was developed by Karl Marx, who knew little and wrote and spoke less about Negroes. And communism wasn't created for us, and we shouldn't, it's nothing that we should look for from it. It's a government that's created to empower the lowest class of white man. So that ideology was the most popular alternate ideology in that time. But I think we should understand this to be any ideology that's in opposition to race first, that's in opposition to the UNIA and the principles that we just went over. So whether that be communism or, we could say Democrat, we could say Republican, any other ideology that is taking our people away from an ideology of race first is a competitive ideology. And I think we should look at it the same way Mr. Garvey looked at communism in his time. The fourth force that Dr. Tony Martin mentioned that worked against the UNIA were integrationists, particularly identified by NAACP and W.E.B. Du Bois would be a prominent figure. But they went on to develop, when history records, the Marcus Garvey Must Go movement or campaign that was developed by the NAACP. So the concept, the idea of integration is in contrast to our ideology of separation. So it's we can't really work together. And Mr. Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois definitely had their disagreements. So integrationists identified by the NAACP would have been the fourth force that worked against the UNIA and race first. And number five that was identified as individuals within the UNIA-ACL that were out for their own personal benefit. So that could be active members or non-active members. Whether we look at the assassination attempt by Garvey by a melanated individual, or the sabotage of the Black Star Line steamship company by melanated active members of the UNIA. But there's several examples. I really don't want to. That's not the best one to have a bunch of examples of, but y'all know what I mean when we talk about our people working against our own progress. So in addition to knowing the history, we still must know, again, how this applies today, how it has evolved today, and what are the current day representatives of a United States force that's against the Black movement. It may not be COINTELPRO from the 60s. It may not be whatever J. Edgar Hoover was doing in the 20s, but we must understand that that's still a common concern. Europe is still a common concern. The European Union is not necessarily a concern, but we must be aware. Are we, as African people, are we organizing under the African Union or the UNIA, so to speak? So what's the modern day communist movement? What's the modern day, and integrationist, I think, is doing a very, very slick job in modern time. But those are the 5 forces, some of the forces that worked against Garvey and the UNIA. With that, I wanted to go into the Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World, and I'm only going to touch on a couple with these. So we should know that document was originally ratified August 13th, 1920, consisted of 12 complaints and 54 declarations. Let me pull up the document. Black Past. I use History Matters. George Mason. But we should all know this document. I'm not going to go through it tonight. We should all be reviewing this document amongst our divisions. We should know the 12 complaints, then the 54 declarations. I know 39 is important. 11 is a good one too. We deprecate the use of the term nigger as applies to Negroes. Demand that the word Negro be written with a capital N. That's it can seem small today, but that's huge. If you try to show y'all something real quick. You try to write the word, if you try to write the word lowercase, it won't, okay, hold on. Wow. This ain't the one I'm, okay. Usually this will light up as incorrect. I don't know why it's not doing it right now, but based on the declarations that we made in 1920, the word Negro correctly should be capitalized. And that's a big thing. If Caucasian is capitalized, if Mongoloid is capitalized, if any other race is capitalized, why wasn't the term Negro capitalized? So that's big for me. That's huge. Sorry. All right, Brother Misan. We believe in the inherent right of the Negro to possess himself of Africa, and that his possession of same shall not be regarded as an infringement of any claim or purchase made by any race or nation. I consider this a form of dual citizenship. So if you want to be if you consider yourself a whatever, race or nation, that's fine. But you can still be a member of, and you still are a member of the UNIA as well. So where's number 2? Number 2 is whatever means possible. So this was reworded by Elijah Muhammad to any means necessary, or Malcolm X to any means necessary. But originally, number 2, that we believe in the supreme authority of our race in all things racial, that all things are created and given to man as a common possession, that there should be an equitable distribution and apportionment of all such things, and in consideration of the fact that as a race, We are now deprived of those things that are morally and legally ours. We believed it right that all such things should be acquired and held by whatsoever means possible. By any means necessary, whatsoever means possible, doing what is needed for our people. A couple more, I think it's nothing in the 20s, is it? We declare for the freedom of religious worship. So that goes into spiritual conscientious worship. Number 39, that the colors red, black, and green be the colors of the Negro race. So when we look at our flag, those colors aren't arbitrary, but that's a declaration of our race. And who else has made that, said that whatever colors is a declaration of our race? And second to last, number 53, and while we are here tonight, we've been here for 5 hours now. We proclaim the 31st day of August of each year to be an international holiday to be observed by all Negroes. So we should be thinking about that. Again, this is just an attempt to come together. As we talked about, we only come together once or twice a year. So next year, what are we going to do for August 31st? Who's going to be hosting? What type of program are we going to do? Can we do something in person? Do we want to do something virtual? These are things that we should be thinking about and talking about just as much as HEC and convention. But this is an annual holiday. This is our holiday. Number 54, we want all men to know that we shall maintain and contend for the freedom and equality of every man, woman, and child of our race with our lives, our fortune, and our sacred honor. So when we talk about solutions, the solutions are embedded in the foundation of the UNIA. These rights we believe to be justly ours and proper for the protection of the Negro race at large. And because of this, we, on behalf of the 400 million Negroes of the race of the world, do pledge herein the sacred blood of the race in defense. And we hereby subscribe our names as a guarantee to the truthfulness and faithfulness hereof in the presence of Almighty God on this 13th day of August in the year of our Lord, 1920. So August 13th, 1920. Yes. But all we got to do, we have to know the history, know the past, and know what needs to be done. And once we do that, we got to do what needs to be done.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to speak to the Declaration 53 that just in case others don't know, that declaration was in 2021, the United Nations at the introduction of that particular declaration by members of the Costa Rica division, particularly under the vice president of the country of Costa Rica, A.C.L Campbell-Barr. She introduced at the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination that a day should be set aside in honor of the UNIA's 1920 declaration on August 31st that should be declared the International Day for people of African descent. And the United Nations General Assembly voted on it, ratified it, and they, which included many African nations, Caribbean nations, have since started adopting that as the international holiday based on our declaration. And so while we were having this discussion in Jamaica, former Prime Minister Patterson, Dr. Julius Garvey, Vice President of Costa Rica, A.C.L Campbell-Barr, and others, members of the PNP in Jamaica, et cetera, had a big forum themselves where they were discussing the International Day for the Race. And, as well as Costa Rica's celebration, they have every year since 1920, which they call the Negro Day. But, people around the world and meetings all over the globe have been celebrating that day more and more. So our declarations are getting recognition of other international bodies. And so, as they recognize our flag and they recognize the, the International Day, we need to have them start appreciating the fact that there's an actual anthem that goes along with that flag.
Yes,
and
sir.
any anthem that they sing will not do. We has a particular one, and the Universal Ethiopian anthem is not singing nearly enough. We always singing that hymn or that poem. It was written as an ode to Abraham Lincoln, as some kind of black national anthem. It ain't black nationalist, no black national anthem. It's an integrated Negro anthem, if anything. And it was officially the NAACP anthem, which we know NAACP stood up and accomplished after considerable pretense. And so I'm not concerned about singing their songs that when we wave our flag, we need to make sure our people sing the correct song
Yes, sir.
as much as possible and respect that declaration as well. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
President Marul, you want to say something?
I was just agreeing with Brother Mama on that. I mean, the anthem that he was referenced to. I mean, it's really not an anthem. I mean, I've never heard an anthem that does not talk about fight, that does not talk about pushing back and standing up. So, we sing that integration is anthem, but that is not our anthem. So, I was just agreeing with you, brother. Sorry about that. I thought I was.
No, you find reminds me that I skipped over that declaration, declaration 40. So right after we say 39, the colors red, black, and green be the colors of the race. Number 40 says, resolve that the anthem, Ethiopia, land of our fathers, shall be the anthem of the Negro race. So we have an official anthem per Declaration 40 of the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World. Thank you for that, Brother Moyama. Where is my, hold on, I lost my PowerPoint. Oh, shit.
Can I add something about that?
Yes, Lady President.
Oh, yes. In Division 330, we had a campaign that we started in 2023, and we continued it for 2024, where we call it Wave the Red, Black, and Green flag. And what we're trying to do is to get people to display their flag either at their homes or in their cars or whatever at special events. Display the red, black, and green flag. Now, this month, of course, today it'll be over in an hour or so. But for the month of August, at least from the 13th until the 31st, we say to wave the red, black, and green flag, starting with the 13th with the Flag Day until today. And then the next time we suggest that you wave the red, black, and green flag, or RBG, is during the Kwanzaa period, and that's from December 26th to January 1st, of course. Then we say to wave the red, black, and green flag once again in Black History Month. So that would be for the whole month of February. And then in May, wave the red, black, and green flag in honor of El Hajj Malik Sabah's birthday on May 19th. I also forgot to say that we also want them to include waving the flag in December during that time also for the birthdays of Amy Ashwood Garvey as well as Amy Jocks Garvey. And then the final time we suggest to wave the flag, if you don't wave it 365 days of the year, is for Juneteenth. And that's our campaign. So I just wanted to remind folks of that.
Yes, ma'am. That's I think that's a excellent collective campaign. When I heard you speaking, I was hearing aim and objective number 2 to promote the spirit of pride and love. But Every time we see the flag, every time we wave the flag, that is what we're doing. We are promoting the spirit of pride and love in our race, and we should take every opportunity, especially these sacred days, to show our pride and respect for our ancestors.
Absolutely, especially those times during the year. If you don't do it 365 days of the year and 66 on leap year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lady President. Okay, that is the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World. Some additional commitments that we made to our race and ourselves. A message from the Atlanta Penitentiary. It's getting late. It's getting late. We're gonna have to, we're gonna have to come back for that one. We're gonna get ready to close out. As we close out, we will look at a few of the leaders in the organizations influenced by Mr. Garvey and the UNIA. And the first that we have is Martin Luther King. And it's in research, it says during a trip to Jamaica, June 20th, 1965, civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. and his wife Coretta Scott King made it a point to visit the shrine of Garvey, where they laid a wreath on his grave. In a speech, King told the audience that Garvey, quote, and we use this quote here in Atlanta to promote UNIA and Garveyism because, in some spaces of Atlanta, Malcolm X is more popular than Marcus Garvey, but we use this quote to make the connection. Garvey was, quote, the first man of color to lead and develop a mass movement. He was the first man on a mass scale and level to give millions of Negroes a sense of dignity and destiny and make the Negro feel that he was somebody. So when we think about the influence of Mr. Garvey, Martin Luther King is one that we should think about. Questions, comments before I proceed?
Yeah, I just want to mention, by the way, that was 1965, excuse me. But 3 years later, he was honored with the Marcus Garvey Humanitarian Award from the country of Jamaica. Unfortunately, he died before he could be a recipient of it. So his wife received it later that year in his honor. So just tidbit.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Any other questions on Martin Luther King? Next, we have one of my heroes, Brother Malcolm X, Muslim minister and human rights activist Malcolm X, always spoke highly on Garvey in his speeches and writings. In his autobiography, Malcolm remembered his father saying, quote, the image of him that made me proudest was his crusading and militant campaigning with the words of Marcus Garvey. It was only me that he sometimes took with him to Garvey UNIA meetings, which he held quietly in different people's homes, end quote. Brother Malcolm X, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. One thing that I know, that's, Brother Malcolm X is part of my journey in the UNIA. I was reading reading the autobiography, and while most people go into the UNIA, I mean, in the Nation of Islam, or maybe not, after reading autobiography of Malcolm X, I was drawn into the UNIA. There's only two men that Malcolm X speaks highly of in the first chapter and the last chapter. One of those men is his father, who was killed when he was 7 years old, and the other man is Malcolm X. So for me, I wonder, what type of officer in the UNIA Malcolm X would have been had his father not been killed at a young age.
His father's name was Earl Little.
Yes, sir.
He was a commissioner.
And what was it, Milwaukee? Because I know he was in Milwaukee.
No, he was in Michigan.
Michigan.
He was in
Nebraska, wasn't
on
He got killed in
it?
Nebraska.
Omaha.
yeah, he was I'm sorry, he was murdered in coming from a UNIA. Yeah, it was in Michigan, I believe.
Yeah, he
He
joined
was
back
born.
in
Yeah, Malcolm was born in Nebraska, I believe, but then they went to again. But I thought, wait, I thought
you talking about,
Milwaukee.
yeah, the early Little and the family, they early in Louisa met in Montreal. In fact, I don't know if Brother Marua remembers Brother Langdon, who the division up there was named after Henry J. Langdon. But anyway, he was a cousin of Malcolm X's mother. But anyway, the Langdon family had a meeting up there, 1919, I should say, not 1980. But anyway, that's when Malcolm's parents met, and then they went to Philadelphia for a couple of years. And after moving from Philadelphia, Easton had asked them to move out to Omaha. And then, after being in Omaha for a little while, they went to Milwaukee for a minute. And then after that is when they went to Michigan and Lansing. And that's where, and that's where, Malcolm was born. And, well, Malcolm might have actually been born in Omaha, but anyway, by the time his father died, he was in Lansing.
Yeah.
But they were all
Right,
over
he
the
was.
place.
I think he was murdered in. I think it was Michigan that they murdered Malcolm's brother Earl Little.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the many students of the teachings of Mr. Garvey, Malcolm X.
Not only was his father office holder and a leader in the UNIA, but his mother also was the secretary of that division in Michigan.
That's my understanding as well. Yep.
So he was born. He was, he was born and raised the Garveyite.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
Like another May baby I know named Marua.
Right. Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Warma. The day after Malcolm's birthday is my birthday. But so yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, it is. It is. All right. Kwame Nkrumah, I think it was president of Ghana. While in college, Kwame Nkrumah was heavily influenced by the writings and ideas of Garvey. He decided to begin immediately to free Africa from its colonial rule. 1957, when Ghana took back its independence from the British. Nkrumah became the first president. Okay, yeah. So, and first prime minister of Ghana, in honor of Garvey's first shipping business called the Black Star Line. Nkrumah named the national shipping line of Ghana the Black Star Line and the national soccer team the Black Stars. A black star also appears in the center of the national flag of Ghana. So if you've ever seen the flag of Ghana, that star in the center is directly respect to Marcus Garvey and UNIA. Any questions, comments on Kwame Nkrumah? Not gonna talk about his personal life, but he's a good brother.
Right.
I will say that on his inauguration in 1957, he did cite Mr. Garvey. He actually paused his speech for a minute, started to tear up when he thought about Mr. Garvey, and he was holding back tears, saying that he wished Mr. Garvey was there to see the independence of Ghana, but he had worked so hard for these independent African nations. But since he was not there and we kept the work going, and we're going to celebrate in his honor, So, he was a serious, student. And according to James Spady, who interviewed Mr. Harvey and others back in the day, he was actually a card-carrying dues-paying member of the Philadelphia division.
Division 121. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah. The international headquarters. He frequented often. So Kwame Nkrumah and Brother Earl Little, they both visited 121 pretty often for President General Harvey.
A history.
And I just want to make one statement, real quickly. People often talk about Malcolm's parents were in the UNIA, but when they talk about somebody who grew up in the Baptist church, they don't say your parents were Baptist. They say the family was Baptist. Everybody was Baptist.
That's right.
What your parents are. So if he grew up in the UNIA, he was UNIA.
UNIA.
He was reading the
And
Negro
that-
World right along with his mama and everybody else. He's the one
That's
that's a
right.
teenager. When they asked him to stand up, sing the national anthem, he told them the universal Ethiopian anthem is my anthem. So he wasn't just sitting around, doing nothing. He was involved himself in juvenile, division.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why his sister, his oldest sister, she was a Garveyite too. She always pressed into
Collins.
Malcolm. Beg your pardon?
Ella Collins.
Yeah. She was a Garveyite too. She, and then when the state came in and took Malcolm and his siblings from his mother, they said that she was crazy. She was insane because she did not want her children to be being taught by white people. She was a staunch Garveyite, his mother.
Yes, sir. And they called her crazy and put her in the.
They called her crazy and they put her in a mental institution. That's right. Yeah, she was crazy because she was a Garveyite.
We can't imagine. That's what I'm saying. We got to honor the ancestors, what they went through in order for us to be here, to be officers, to be members, to be card carrying members, to have our flag, to celebrate. We got to pay honor and pay respect.
Right. I think the biggest title of respect that we can give our ancestors is to say that they were race men and women.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Couple more leaders leaders, artists. Zora Neale Hurston, and the reason why she's here, I'll speak on particularly. Zora Neale Hurston was an American folklorist, anthropologist, and author who was inspired by Garvey's teachings. One of Hurston's 4 novels and more than 50 published short stories, plays, and essays. She is best known for a 1937 novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God. Her 1925 high-spirited play, Meet the Mama, was set in a time when Garvey's movement was at its pinnacle. Act 1 takes place in a Harlem club. Act 2 aboard an ocean liner. Act 3 in the jungles of Africa. The play highlighted Garvey's quote-unquote back to Africa movement. So she's a well-renowned artist. And just to show the influence of Mr. Garvey in the UNIA, even if you aren't an active member, anyone that is of influence at this time is affected by what the UNIA is doing. So just wanted to highlight Sister Zora Neale Hurston. There's also make sure we acknowledge our sisters.
I got to say something about that. Zora Neale Hurston, I wouldn't have chose. But now I'm not saying that she submitted articles in the Negro World when she was a student at Howard. She was, sympathetic to the Garvey movement for a short period, but she also wrote some of the most disrespectful things ever written about Mr. Garvey. And she didn't publish it though. I got to give her credit for that. But she wrote this nasty piece called "The Emperor Has No Clothes," where she indicted him on to no end. And people was hoping she didn't publish it because she might have gotten into serious trouble. But she was not. Now I would say Georgia Douglas Johnson, who was a Harlem Renaissance writer, and her husband was one of Mr. Garvey's legal advisors and vice president of the D.C. division. She was a world-renowned poet, professor at Howard as well. But Georgia Douglas Johnson would probably been one I would have chose just for future endeavors. Think about it, check her out. But she had far more articles and poems in the Negro World than Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale has some real gender issues, amongst other things to discuss. but no, I wouldn't chose her. But just she was, but she did have a connection, with the articles, the poems she submitted, about 3 of them, I believe.
Understand.
So it's not a bad decision, but I wouldn't like putting Easton up there. I don't know.
I got you. I got you. So that's forgive my ignorance. That's why we do this. Next
I
would be
mean, it's understandable, brother. And I agree with Brother Mama on that. But propaganda, as the Honorable Marcus Garvey has killed out more of our people than active warfare. So, the propaganda of the integrationists, they push Zora Neale Hurston, they push her to the forefront as far as, she was, a good writer on some things, but I agree with Brother Marma as far as, what she did. It's quite a few people that we tend to honor because they have been put there to generate that type of honor. So
I got you.
Yeah,
Well,
Zora Neale Hurston had a white lady who was taking care of her for a
Right.
lot of her life.
Right.
She was supporting her and she was actually taking care of her, giving her money and putting her
Yep.
up in apartments and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, race her.
Yes, sir.
well, I would like to say that a lot of the women in that day, if they weren't, how should I put it? If they weren't following the norms that men set out for them to follow, then as time went on, they were always criticized and discriminated against. I've seen 2 plays on Black women that's the case. And if one Black man says something against that Black woman, and then afterwards it gets out there, then their names are mud. And Zora Neale Hurston got to be in that category as well. So I think brothers, as soon as you hear one thing negative about the women, then you're ready to say, oh yeah, that's what it is. Yet and still, if you hear anything about men, you just say, oh well, and you keep it moving. And I think that brothers, you'll need to really check yourselves on that. And I'll just leave it as that. Okay, because
Sister Lorraine,
I mean, okay, go ahead.
I'm not checking myself on Zora Neale Hurston. I'm not. And she some of the things that she wrote and she said about the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and it's not because she's a woman. I'm checking her, and I want us to know, we need to realize who were actually who they put up as heroes for us. She is not a hero of mine at all. No. I understand the white woman took care of her and all those things. But she came up, she was an intelligent Black woman, but some of the things she said was not good for the race. And it was that feminist ideology, I believe, that she came up with. And we have to check our Black women, we need to check that also. Everything is not about sex. Everything has nothing, when it comes down to the race, it's the race. And it's not good for the Black man to tear down a Black woman, but it's not good also for the Black woman to blame the Black man, for all the ills. And if we call it out, we call it out. It is what it is.
I'm just saying, and I'll stop at this. When Black men do things, Black men will defend them to the hilt and say, "Yeah, that's it," or we'll say, "Oh well, oh yeah, well we're not even going to discuss that, or we're going to let that slide." When sisters say something about that, but if you say one thing about it, now I haven't read anything that she said about Marcus Garvey, and maybe if you have, if I would think differently if I had read it. but I haven't seen anything like that. So, and since it wasn't published, I don't know where you got your information from. But all I'm saying, and even W.E.B. Du Bois ragged on Marcus Garvey, yet and still people still even still people give W.E.B. Du Bois a pass. Even Garveyites give him a pass, saying, "Oh well, later on he came around." Yeah, he came around later on when he was getting ready to die, and also
After he
because of
did
the
so
fact,
much harm.
yeah, after he did so much harm, and a lot of times folks give and a lot of brothers give him a pass. And I'm saying, but if you say one bad thing about a lot of women, especially back then and even now, they you don't give them a pass. You don't give them a pass, but the men get a pass. And that's all I'm saying. It needs to be equal. It needs to be fair. If it's a yin and yang situation, that's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
It's family, as we said in the beginning.
Oh no, I'm not arguing. I may sound like that because I'm very passionate about certain things, but I'm not. I'm not mad. Marua knows he's my buddy, and we don't agree. We agree to disagree. One is saying, goes saying.
We still got to work together.
Absolutely.
All right, 11:24. Thank y'all for hanging in there. We got a couple more the individuals that we would like to highlight inspired by Mr. Garvey. Next would be Minister Louis Farrakhan, leader of Nation of Islam, says even as he was growing up, and he talks about Mr. Farrakhan talks about this. You can find this in some of his recordings, his inspiration as he was a young man, inspired by the image of Mr. Garvey. Even as he was growing up, Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan did not miss the significance of Garvey's achievements. He said many times that he was inspired by the life and accomplishments of Garvey. Farrakhan often recalls from his childhood the time when he visited his uncle's home and stared at a picture above the fireplace. Young Louis asked, "Who is that man?" His uncle picked him up, put him on his shoulder, and said, "That's Marcus Garvey." Louis said, "What did he do?" His uncle said, "He came to unite our people." Louis said, "Where is he? I want to meet him." His uncle said, "You can't. He's dead." Farrakhan said he cried and felt the loss because Garvey was gone. But Minister Farrakhan often speaks on this and his inspiration, and later reading on the teachings of Mr. Garvey as he was introduced to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Any questions, comments on Brother Minister Farrakhan?
Yeah, I just wanted to read something quickly myself, if you don't mind. It's Minister Farrakhan actually wrote the UNIA in 1987 when the Honorable Charles L. James was President General. And he wrote this letter that I thought was pretty powerful testament to his feelings or sentiment toward Mr. Garvey. And this is in the 1987 Centennial booklet journal, the Convention Journal. He said, "It is a great privilege and honor for me to have this opportunity to write a few lines manifesting my thinking of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, whom I believe was one of the greatest Black men to ever come among us. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad had a profound respect for the person, words, and works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. He instilled that respect in all of his followers. So when I stand today speaking for the herd of Black people everywhere, I stand on the shoulders of the Honorable Marcus Garvey and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. No matter what Allah blesses me to accomplish in this life with respect to the liberation of our people from the chains of ignorance and mental bondage, I can never be greater than the two men whose ideas form the basis of my thinking and my actions. The Honorable Marcus Garvey changed the thinking of millions of Black people, including my biological father, my mother, my uncle, and most persons of West Indian extraction or birth during the time I was being formed in my mother's womb. The thoughts and ideas of Marcus Garvey were part of the energy in my flesh, blood, and bones. Later, when I met the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, my leader, teacher, and guide, he ignited that which was already in me and guided it.
Hmm.
It appears that I was born into the world to serve the cause of the liberation of Black people. And early in my life, through my uncle, I was exposed to this great man, the Honorable Marcus Garvey. When I expressed a wish to go and meet him, I learned, you already read most of that.
Yes,
So
sir.
anyway, I just wanted to point some of those points out. There's a lot more to it, but it's an interesting letter that he admits and acknowledges the influence of Mr. Garvey on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was certainly a member, according to Mr. Harvey and according to Captain Thornhill, one of Mr. Garvey's bodyguards and others. Elijah Muhammad was certainly a corporal in the UAL. I think it was in Chicago before it was Detroit. But anyway, or one or the other. Anyway, I forget which one. But anyway, yeah. But certainly, Minister Farrakhan was heavily influenced by Mr. Garvey as well. To have said that, Elijah Muhammad only reignited what was already in him from Mr. Garvey. That's a pretty strong statement.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, that's all I want to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Moyama. Anyone else brief comments on our brother, Minister Louis Farrakhan? And yes, we
Yeah,
should.
I have to say, for years, especially in my teenage days, I think Minister Farrakhan was actually the most known Garveyite of that time. So when I'm also a person who joined the nation after reading the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Mm-hmm.
And I joined the nation at that time. But Minister Farrakhan, the reason I joined the nation was because of the race first. I didn't join the nation because of religion. I joined the nation because of what they taught about Black people. So I mean, as I grew up, as I went on, then I developed some differences within the nation. But also with the Moorish Americans, I was a part of both of those organizations, and it was because of what they had that brought me back to what was already in me from my parents. So I mean, it's just as far as the racial pride and wanting to do something for my race. So that was the call for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I definitely understand, and I definitely agree with what you're saying. We will keep him. We will proceed. Next brother is a brother we should be familiar with. We read about Malcolm X. We read about Miss Louis Farrakhan, none other than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In 1923 in Detroit, Elijah Poole and his wife joined Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, attended meetings, and were very active. They even considered themselves Garveyites. 11 years later, Poole, renamed Elijah Muhammad, went on to lead the Nation of Islam. Following the teachings of Mr. Garvey, Muhammad recruited hundreds of thousands of Black people into the Nation of Islam, developed Black-owned businesses, large real estate holdings, security forces, and schools. He built a mass movement that spans the globe today. In his book, Message to the Black Man, Muhammad makes many references to Garvey and clearly shows how he was inspired by the UNIA movement. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, teacher of Brother Malcolm X and Brother Minister Louis Farrakhan, and the what is known as the original leader of the Nation of Islam, but it was originally founded under man Wallace Fard Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad was the successor to Wallace Fard and expanded the Nation of Islam under his leadership. Any comments on our brother? Honorable
Yeah,
Elijah?
and I can't prove this, but it was an elder that actually told me that Master Fard Muhammad or Wallace Fard Muhammad was also a member of the UNIA. So I mean, I get it, you know, but if Allah in the person was a part of the UNIA, that's what I was told. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understand. Any other comments on Brother Elijah Muhammad? And this is, I think this is reaching the end of what I had to present. Make sure. Okay. Next is Kwame Ture, also known as Brother Stokely Carmichael. Though Kwame Ture came on the scene nearly 50 years after Garvey, speeches from the two men, no doubt were Toure's speeches from the two men show no doubt where Toure's views originated. Toure was an outspoken Black activist, Pan-Africanist, and socialist. Quote, "We have no more courage than Harriet Tubman or Marcus Garvey had in their times. We just had a more vulnerable enemy," end quote. That's Kwame Ture, better known as Brother Stokely Carmichael. He was a young brother during the SNCC, Student Nonviolent Civil Coordinating Committee, Martin Luther King Civil Rights era. But we should know Brother Stokely Carmichael, Brother Kwame Ture. He's a great leader, great advocate for organizing. Any questions, comments on our brother Kwame Ture?
Yeah, he did. According to one author who was one of his best friends, he considered himself a neo-Garveyite. And, you know, allegedly when he went to meet Ho Chi Minh over there in Asia, he wanted to join up with that, you know, militant movement. And Ho Chi Minh told him, why don't you go back to America and join the Garvey movement? You know, what's wrong with you? So anyway, yeah, he talks about that in, what's that, Ready for Revolution. But yeah, anyway, he was you know, proponent of Garveyism, but it was kind of a low key thing. And you know, he was popularized expression Black Power, which, according to Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, who was one of the earlier proponents of it as well, he said the originator of Black Power was Marcus Garvey. So, you know, and even you know, technically it was Willie Ricks who actually initiated that popular.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That Kwame Ture later, you know, got credit for. But even Willie Ricks say that, you know, even before they knew it, many of their elders and influences of Malcolm's generation who were Black nationalists were guiding them. And, you know, he told me in the interview I did with Mukasa that the spirit of Marcus Garvey was in the air before we even knew what it was. You know, we were following the dictates of many of his, you know, his mentees or people who were trained in the movement. So
yes, sir.
they come to find out later. So they all were influenced, you know, if you interview them or talk to them.
Yes, yes. Yeah, another great brother, great leader and organizer, Brother Kwame Ture, died on the continent. I forgot exactly where. Was he in Guinea-Bissau? I forgot where he was exactly, but and let me see if I got anybody else on here. No, I don't. With that, Brother Moriamal, did you want to go through the images that you had sent me to close us out?
Yeah, you can kind of close, you know, run through them, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, well, I feel like we're close enough to officially 12 hours that we can stretch it out. Not 12 hours, 6 hours, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm game.
All right. Let's see. Thank you, everyone, for participating, and thank you for those that continue to wish to learn during this celebration.
Do you have any pictures of any of the women?
Oh, I do have a couple. Yeah, there's a couple. One, I know at least one or two. Things like
that would be nice.
Yeah. Now that particular photo, two of the members signatories, I think it was 122. Don't quote me on that. 121 or 22, but I think it's 122 signatories in the Declaration. And the gentleman in the front seat is James Benjamin Yearwood, who was one of the signatories, along certainly with Mr. Garvey right behind him. And of course, Mr. Garvey's right is Reverend Junior Caesar Austin, who was keynote speaker at that 1922 convention. That's why he's riding in the car with Mr. Garvey, and Lieutenant Gilp sitting in the front, who kind of favors a very light-skinned Agent 800, by the way. But that's not him. But that's the first photo.
Yes, sir.
More mine.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask you, could you go back over from left to right who those people are? Because at one time someone was saying that it was Master Farad, but it's not.
Imagine that. Nah, that was Lieutenant Gilp. I don't know his first name, but GELP is in the
Which
front.
which one is that? The one right next to Garvey?
No. The one to the far left of the photo in the front seat.
The very light skinned one.
Right. That's
Okay.
Gilp.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one that's next to him, also suited and booted, is Reverend James Benjamin Yearwood.
Okay.
He was
Yearwood. He's an officer.
Yeah, he was an officer, and I think he was assistant secretary or something like that also at one point.
Yeah, I got
So
him. I got his name in the presentation. I forgot his office though. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. And then the Reverend Junior Caesar Austin, known as the dancing preacher, the one who later brought in Tom Dorsey and started the whole modern gospel music. Anyway, the Reverend Junior Caesar Austin was sitting next to Mr. Garvey in the back. He's the one some people say is Prophet Noble Drew Ali and stuff like that. People come up with all kinds of stories.
This brother?
Mr. Garvey didn't know who Prophet Noble Drew Ali was at the time. So that's kind of funny. And he don't even look nothing like Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
No.
But anyway, that's Reverend Austin. And of course, Mr.
I'd like to add that the painting that was in the Schoenberg Library of Marcus Garvey and all of his regalia was done by my cousin, Benny. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Bernard Stanley Hoyes did the painting, and it was in the Schoenberg Library when you entered it for years. And we actually had an opportunity to see it, and it's huge, because they were doing some renovations in the Schoenberg at the time that we went up to New York to see it. And Charles and I had an opportunity the lady gave us a private showing of the actual painting. I have prints that my uncle, his dad, gave me, and I have it in a frame. But then I also got a bigger print from somebody else later on. But I was unable. We call him Benny. But I was unable to get Benny to sign him. But the next time he comes to town, I'm going to get the print that I have for him to sign it. Yes.
The last time not really last time I saw that, but Miriam Samad was trying to sell me some posters. She had some posters signed by him.
Did she?
Yeah, and she was selling them for $1,000 a piece. And
wow.
But I would have bought one from her. But yeah, it was that's interesting. I didn't know that. You're related. That's deep.
Yep. Okay, thank you for identifying those folks, because I never knew who was who.
Yeah, and Sister Emily Christmas Kinch, another important figure and signatory in the Declarations of the Rights of Negro People of the World. I forgot what office she held at that time. I want to say she was a commissioner, but I can't say for sure. I know Nellie Whiting and a few others women were holding office. And I don't remember if Ravella Hughes was in that signatory, but she was there. She's one of the musical personalities, along with Arnold Ford. But anyway, yeah, this is one of the women who was signatory. You can go on to the next. We all know the Reverend James Walker Hood Eason, who was leader of the American Negroes at one point, scheduled to go to the Black House in D.C., which is the White Law Hotel. Unfortunately, he was too busy chasing women and stealing money and got caught. And so we had to throw him out. And then he wanted to testify against Mr. Garvey in court. Somehow, shortly after he started being hot, he got shot. So so went the glory. But he was one of the signatories. He was one of the early leading ministers in the country. So yeah, he was a hot fiery preacher.
And
Even though
that's something that I noticed in the officers in the 1920s. There were a lot of Dr. Reverends, or Reverend doctors.
Yeah, a lot of the early training we got. Oh, that's my man there, Tobit, Richard Tobit, who was a commissioner, and he was a delegate, not to the League of Nations, but he was a delegate to in some capacity. I forgot, in Europe, but yeah, he was. I forgot what island. I want to say Barbados, but no, Bermuda, right there on the back. Bermuda. Yeah, Bermuda, right. So yeah, he was one of the leading figures there, but he was prominent. They got a nice picture of him with his uniform on and his red, black, and green sash, and all the Star of African Redemption and all that kind of stuff. So that's just one of rare photos of him I decided to put up there.
Beautiful. You said Tobit? That was Tobit?
Yeah, Tobitt. Yeah, Richard. I want to say L, but it's Richard Tobit. Yeah. I think Reverend. I should say Richard Tobit, and that's Francis Wilcom Alleger. He was an educator in Liberia, but actually this photo was taken in Washington, D.C., by the way, by a well-known photographer named Addison Skerlock, when he came to town with George Osborne Mark, who's I think I may also have in the collection. But yeah, Francis Wilcom Alleger was, he was a good guy. He didn't last long, but he was, a strong, fiery speaker at the convention. That's George Osborne Mark, the deputy supreme potentate under the original potentate in 1920. What's his name? Moore. I had his name.
Johnson?
Yeah, Moore Johnson. Right. Gabriel Moore Johnson. Right. Yeah. So Gabriel, who was the son of the president, former president of Liberia. Why his name escapes me too, but Hillary Johnson was his father. And Hillary Johnson, the former president, was father of our potentate, also adopted a guy named Jamul Johnson, who later gave birth to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So anyway, that's another whole story about UNIA and Liberian history going back. But yeah, that's George Osborne Mark. That's the Joker who didn't do his job in raising funds like he ought to have. I mean, he represented well in the League of Nations in 22. But anyway, he had some problems later on. And he just won after Mr. Garvey left the country and went back to Jamaica for the 1929. He's the one that tried to sue the UNIA 1929 in the world for a debt he claimed he was owed from the UNIA 1918, which the courts wound up honoring in Jamaica and then later appeal. Mr. Garvey won an appeal. But anyway, they took the Liberty Hall, and it was the beginning of a lot of financial troubles for the UNIA over there, thanks to his stuff. And he didn't live much longer beyond that either. So anyway, that's that. But he was from Sierra Leone. I think it's Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, I believe. That or Senegal, always get them mixed up. Oh yeah, that's two more signatories. That's the African Orthodox Church bishops and priests, of the church right in front of the headquarters up in Harlem. And you see seated in the middle, and the two sitting in the middle with the gold staff in between them. On the left is the Archbishop and Primate of the African Orthodox Church, George Alexander McGuire. And on his left, but our right, is Bishop Fred Augustus Toote, who was one of his successors after he died in 34. But he was also, Secretary General, UNIA, and later was acting president when Mr. Garvey was incarcerated after Cheryl was impeached. But anyway, that's Brother Toot, who was there, one of the signatories, along with McGuire.
Now, wait a
And a
minute.
lot of,
You said this was African Orthodox Church. Is this still an active thing, or is this a auxiliary
they
to
still
UNIA?
active. No, yeah, it's still active. They got different branches, but a lot of things grew out of the African Orthodox Church. So it's probably about 3 or 4, 5 different splits and denominations that grew out of there, and some in South Africa, some in Kenya, some in Uganda. They were once part of the AOC. Others in, the U.S. split up. Waterman was up there in Canada for a while with a separate diocese. Then Florida had a separate diocese. New York had a different one. Chicago under Hingston had a different one. Franz O. King out in California had a different branch of the AOC. None of them were under each other, but yeah, there's remnants of it still around. Different groups. They had a big group out here outside of DC. But yes, pockets of them still around.
Okay.
Archbishop Lewis actually was trying to work with some of them to bring them together, but they weren't interested. Well, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking conscientious spiritual worship, so we go, in order to fulfill the aims and objects, we're gonna need their help.
Yeah, and we all know who that queen is. Yeah. The greatest woman of the race, Mr. Garvey called her, Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis. She was Lady Commander Order of the Nile, and yeah, she served almost every post there was in the UNIA, from international organizer, the assistant president general, the secretary general, and even for one bit, when she and Mr. Garvey had a fallout around 31, she went and joined with the 1918 UNIA when he had, after he had formed in 1929, and she was elected president general of the 1918 temporarily for about a month, and then someone contested it, and she later yielded, and they put somebody, someone else was elected to succeed that Lionel Francis. But anyway, for about a month, she had her office, and everybody, picked out. She had an interest in lineup of people who was working with her in her administration. But anyway, she's right here in the D.C. area. So when we first found out, that she was buried outside of D.C., I and a couple other brothers, who were interested in her history. So she did have a headstone. So we put some resources together and bought her a headstone and started doing a public publicity campaign to talk about, the greatness of her life. Set up a foundation, gave some awards away, all that kind of stuff. It hasn't been that active anymore, but the Henrietta Davis Foundation. Yeah, she's one of the greatest that ever did it. When she and Mr. go on the road back in the day, she was the star attraction before Mr. Garvey got known. And so, it's like I always tell people, it's like me and Halle Berry going on a speaking tour. People don't know who Mortimer is. They were coming to see Halle. When Mr. Garvey and Henrietta went, they like, man, I don't know who this Garvey dude is. I'm coming to see the lady Henrietta Davis. So she was a Shakespearean actor, and used to recite Paul Laurence Dunbar. In fact, was one of her students. What's the guy? Just Be Simple poems. And Langston Hughes. Anyway, but yeah, she's working M Street School with Anna Julia Cooper and others. Anyway, she's a long, strong history, and possibly cousins of Frederick Douglass. For real. But I just leave that one there.
Brother Monroe, you there? What was?
Yeah.
What's up?
I mean, I've heard a lot about Sister Henrietta Vinton Davis, and she was very active in the UNIA before she became a traitor. And I'm not saying this because she's a woman, but I'm saying this because of her actions. She fell out with Honorable Marcus Garvey, and she left the UNIA. So, I just have to say that I don't, Henrietta Vinton Davis, Carlos Cook, those are not people who I hold in high esteem. She did a lot of good work when she joined the UNIA. She joined the UNIA after her acting career, so people knew her. Period. She was a great organizer. A lot of people came into the UNIA, because of her. They knew her. because she was an actress. So I mean, I don't have a lot of, I don't have a lot of, I don't have really anything, I mean, I don't have a lot of esteem for Henrietta Vince Davis. I understand. I get it.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to call on you, 'cause I remember the name, and I was thinking like you as Brother Moyama was describing. I'm like, hold up, this ain't. I've heard some different things about this lady.
Well, she again, Mr. Garvey called her the greatest woman of the race. Funny enough, they used to date according to Amy Jakes Garvey.
Yeah, he did. He called her the greatest when she was actually doing the work for the UNIA, but she went against Mr. Garvey.
Yeah,
I mean, and quite a few. I mean, she's not the only one. Just to appease Sister Lorraine, it was some men who went against the Honorable Marcus Garvey also.
Yes, sir.
But Henrietta Van Davis, she left the UNIA up under Garvey. She went to those who actually tried to take the UNIA from Mr. Garvey.
Then again, once again, we don't even know the names of those men, but we know the names of Henrietta Van Davis, and she was the one that did a lot of work.
He talked about Eason. He talked about Eason, who stole plenty of money from the UNIA. He talked about Eason.
Yeah, also a whole lot of men that don't, but now, and when it comes to passes, like you talking about with women, Henrietta, if you understood it wasn't a beef, so to speak. Like Henrietta was already 27 years older than Mr. Garvey, and this ain't probably the best time and place for a historical discussion, but she was a lot older, and even when they were in court and she was testifying, her memories was messing up because she was an older woman. She was almost 70 years old at the time, and so some things she forgot, and he kind of got a little frustrated, but he still worked with her up until she was in her late 70s, and then that's when she had been in communication with the 1918 UNIA that he wanted to separate from, but she was still with him, and he didn't like her fraternizing. So, eventually when she came to visit the States, because she was still in Jamaica up to like 31, that's when, they asked her to work with them, and, Mr. Garvey didn't like that. So they kind of, went ways, but it wasn't like a hostile, screw you, you ain't nothing, I'm blah, blah, blah. It was just kind of a parting of the ways. But yeah, I mean, but she was the work she put in, which he considered her and McGuire were the two most faithful people that he had in his camp who was there and who wasn't pressing everybody for money. She had her own little money coming in. So she was big into real estate. She used to work for the recorder of deeds in DC. And I mean, she's the woman that founded 54 divisions of the UNIA in Cuba alone. I mean, like her work traveling all over the globe, and she was the director, not assistant director or vice president. She was the director of the Black Cross Navigation Trading Company. So I mean, there was a lot of things that she was doing that was, great. I wish they hadn't passed away. Yeah, she was with the vice with the Black Star, but I mean, she actually directed that huge monolithic the Guethels. Later, named the Booker T. Washington, but she was, for so long, so dynamite that you 20 years faithful and you don't have a fallout when you're old and losing your memory and things start to happen. Some people, again, like you said, that's one I give a pass to. And I understand that people say, hey, look, you fall out, it is what it is. But for my money, I would say, well, I ain't gonna be for her. But anyway, I understand either way, either position. So I ain't got no.
I agree with you. I mean, I understand. I get it, brother Mama. As Sister Lorraine said earlier, we don't give women enough pass in the UNIA. We jump up and we honor her a whole lot. And that's why I mentioned some of the men also. We honor some of the men too. Carlos Cook, those, it just might be me. I got a thing against people who leave the UNIA. I have a thing against people who leave the UNIA. So,
Yeah.
but okay, I get it. She did a whole lot of work. I can't say I don't know of any commissioner that the name has keep ringing bells up until today. Henrietta Ben Davis. I understand that she was a female, and she was president general. But I'm not. Yeah, I think that was with the other group. So I get it.
Yeah, but they were, yeah. So anyway, yeah, it is. But who you got next? We're getting close to that hour.
Was that 8? Let's go to.
Oh yeah, that's my man there.
What's that?
No, it should have been 10 altogether. That's Charles Augustine Pettione, bad brother there. Now he too later fell out in around the same time, around 32, 33. But he was anybody in New York might know Muriel Pettione. They used to call her the Black Florence Nightingale for some reason, but she was like the Mother Teresa up there in New York, helping a lot of communities, kind of like Nanny Helen Burrow in D.C. But anyway, that was his daughter, Muriel Pettione. She was a good friend with Miriam Samad. I got to talk to her a couple times before she died. But anyway, Dr. Charles Augustine Pettione was up here at Howard. He was one of the Howard University delegates to the 1920 convention. So he was the Negro World correspondent, and he did a lot of fundraising for the Black House and the local division to have his headquarters here in D.C. back in the 20s. He was, working closely with Lionel Francis. He was from Trinidad too, and he raised a few children who all became doctors. And in fact, he's one of the largest black banks in the country now is Carver Federal Savings Bank. But he started it as a credit union up in Harlem. Shortly after he left the UNIA, he was also a mentor to Eric Williams. But he was always a staunch Garveyite. Even when he left the Garvey movement, he kept preaching Garveyism when he organized the West Indian National Commission, the WINC group up there. Used to work with a whole lot of people, like Paul Robeson and some others even in the latter days. But anyway, he had a lot of influence. I remember he spoke at Howard back in '43. Eric Williams and others called this Economic Future of the Caribbean Conference. He was talking about kind of rekindling Garveyism and bringing things back the way they were under the Garvey movement. And so anyway, he was, a long time staunch Garveyite, but, he was part of the group that wanted to hold on to the 1918 and didn't want to surrender it, and reincorporate in 1929. So, some held on, and they wound up being the ones who won the Belize estate because of that very reason. So anyway, that's another whole story.
Man got this mustache.
Yeah, but yeah, Charles Pettione was one of the signatories anyway. And Cyril Critchlow. He was, in fact, his granddaughter lives in D.C. Linda Critchlow White. You might know her, Queen Lorraine. So anyway, yeah, he was the ambassador to Liberia. He was a soldier. In fact, he and I don't have the picture, I don't think, of Isaac Newton Brathwaite, who was the stenographer for the 1920 convention. But Cyril Critchlow used to run a business school where he was teaching shorthand, typing, accounting, all kinds of things up there in New York. So it was the Critchlow Brathwaite School of Business. And Arnold J. Ford's wife, Mignon Ford, who was one of the first to build a school in Ethiopia, she was one of the graduates of the school. So anyway, but yeah, Critchlow, he was strong in the Garveyism, but for a very short period of time, and then he did fall out. He was the one that got scared when he was in Liberia, and they were, a couple of Garveyites or professed Garveyites got killed over there in Liberia. And, this was around the time when a lot of stuff was happening. King was starting to feel himself. So anyway, this guy wanted to leave the country. Mr. Garvey was, at the time, I think, out of the country on his, trip, so he couldn't communicate with him like he wanted to. And he felt that he was going to be next on the chopping block. Gabriel Moore Johnson was doing his own thing, and all kinds of stuff was happening. So anyway, he got scared and decided he wanted to go to the American embassy and say, "Hey man, look, I'm trying to get out of here. Whatever y'all got to do, just send me back to America." So they said, "Okay, well, why don't you give us all your records and correspondence between you and Mr. Garvey and others?" And he sent them all the records they needed. And it was stuff in there that was talking about how, you know, UNIA was going to come over and take political control and stop these Americo-Liberians from exploiting the native Africans. And that's when the king and them found out all the stuff that they were planning. Like, So that's when, you know, a lot of dirt came in. So anyway, Critchlow was part of that, and then later came back and joined with the ABB and was bad-mouthing Mr. Garvey in his articles. So that's another one I won't mind writing off. But anyway, you know, he had his role early on. But that's
And you
old
said
Critchlow.
his last name was Brathwaite?
No, his partner was Brathwaite. His name is Cyril Critchlow.
Critchlow.
Critchlow. Yeah, Cyril
Okay.
Critchlow. But yeah, he was part of that 21 delegation. Surveyors, pharmacists, engineers went over there to survey the land of the settlement we were trying to get. You know, when a lot of stuff happened wrong. But yeah, I was gonna say his granddaughter lives here. She wrote a book about the family, and his partner Isaac Newton Brathwaite was he had a brother who was president of the Brooklyn division named Fred Brathwaite, and Fred Brathwaite's grandson is a popular rap icon from back in the 70s, 80s, known by his nickname Fab Five Freddy. So anyway, he sent me some photos of the family history, but yeah, Fred Brathwaite, or Isaac Newton, who was a signatory as well, his great nephew, I guess you could say, is Fab Five.
Did you ever know of the John Brathwaite, who was a limousine? He owned a limousine business in Harlem.
Not familiar with him. Oh, is he related to Lambe Brath and the family, Kwame Brathwaite?
I don't know about that. He's related to me.
Okay. Well, you might be in the family. You might have to examine that, because I'm in touch with, like, say, Linda Critchlow, Brathwaite. Well, I'm actually Fab Five Freddy. I'm sorry, wrong family. Fab Five Freddy, Fred Brathwaite the third, or whatever his name is. He's the one who I would probably talk to about that, to see if he know of him. He definitely has.
Let me know. I would like to know that, because I'm not, you know, we don't.
Yeah, I got his contact information. I can reach out and, you know, ask some questions or call him.
Okay, that'll be good.
Yeah, and that's the Honorable Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford. Unfortunately, he died too young too. He, you know, he had his little back and forth. He was one of the signatories of the convention, also, you know, known most for his University Ethiopian Anthem that he and Benjamin Burrell wrote, and, you know, which was inspired by a young woman getting killed and all that kind of stuff we went into before. He was one of the first to repatriate the Shashamane. He and his family coming from Barbados to America, and then, you know, when he was in the military during the war, World War I, he used to play with the James Reese Orchestra, so he was, you know, vicious with the jazz. So anyway, he wrote many of the Universal Negro ritual hymns, whatever. I keep saying rituals, but the hymns of the UNIA. So
about it.
Yeah, Rabbi Ford and his son, two of his sons actually taught at Howard. One of them just recently died a few years ago, a BG Ford, Abraham Ford. But he used to be, I interviewed him for a couple of hours. But he used to be a film director along with Haley Garima up there at Howard for many years, like 20, 30 years at least. But anyway, yeah, that's Rabbi Arnold Ford, musical director for the UNIA. Yeah, and also, you know, like, powerful brother who used to head I want to say the B'nai, I forgot the name of it wasn't B'nai B'rith, but it was something similar to B'nai B'rith temple he used to run in New York. The B'nai something, I forget. But anyway, he was a rabbi of the Hebrew Israelite early community. So anyway, he was another one. Any more after him? How many is that one? 9?
That's the last one. But I like his glasses. He got the glasses with no front, like they don't go behind his ear. Like they stick to his face.
They stick to his nose.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he got a nose on him. I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah, that was the last one that I got.
Yeah.
With that, and you said he's the with that, I was getting ready to shift over to the Ethiopian anthem to close out. So I'll open the floor for any uh closing comments before we go to our Ethiopian anthem.
Well, I like to say, Lorraine Butler know what I'm talking about. Happy Baba Oduno's Day.
Oh,
Baba
yeah.
Oduno was August 31st, baby. Born on the International Day for Race.
Oh,
He was
boy,
born in
boy,
South
yeah.
Africa. But
I have his picture up, too.
oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was one of my mentors who founded the Division 330 in Washington, and yeah, he was one of the good ones. You know, a walking encyclopedia genius. So this day celebrates him as well as our people all over the globe. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and it was a great session. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Thank
It
you,
was,
Yes,
definitely.
Yes, sir. Me
Yeah.
too.
It's
And
interesting.
that is the Barbados flag.
Yeah, Barbados has got a rendition of the Ethiopian anthem that we use to close out our meetings. I was just gonna make a comment on Baba Oduno. I didn't know him, but we just had a program at Georgia State University yesterday, and there was a student there that we were there promoting, UNIA, and he came up to me. And I asked him, I was like, "So you already know about the UNIA?" And Mr. Gar, he's like, "Well, I learned a little bit from this gentleman Baba Oduno in D.C." And he was like, "Well, unfortunately, he passed recently." And I was like, "I think I heard the D.C. division speaking about him." But he was like,
Yeah,
"He's a good man." So that's interesting.
definitely,
Yeah, great
definitely.
guy. He was a great brother. He actually would call me periodically, and I never actually met him in person, but he would call me periodically, and we would talk, and it would be like hours. Great brother, plenty of history. He was able to tell me about plenty of history. That I didn't know about. Great brother, great brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I
So we got
recommend.
Yeah,
another.
Nana Kwame used to talk about he had to get a pad out and start taking notes when he would talk.
You ain't lying.
I
I
had
wish
to
I
do
would
the
have.
same thing. Yeah.
And Nana
Yeah, he
Kwame
did.
was Archbishop George Alexander McGuire's great nephew, by the way.
I know he has a copy of what is it, one of the certificates?
Yeah, membership certificate. Yeah.
The membership certificate, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brother Frank, you got your hand up.
Yeah. So for those who were at the convention, there was a brother after the parade. We went back to the plaza, and the brother, when I first saw him, he looked like Baba Oduno. So
Yeah,
he
remember you
started
saying that.
singing. He started singing on the megaphone, and so afterwards I told him about that, and he said, "Oduno." He said, "Look at this here," and he had a hat on talking about his ancestors, talking about the fact that he was his ancestors. And he had a button of Baba Oduno that I purchased from him that day. And I'm just like, man, this brother was everywhere, man. Everybody knew him. He was a Garveyite.
That's right.
And that's all he really spoke about, and Nanny Helen Burroughs in agriculture, right? But other than that, he was on his Garveyite mission every day. And if we can think of somebody that we can honor and just look up to as far as how to be a true Garveyite, it would be Baba Oduno. Just how he spoke and the knowledge that he had and everything that he read and just committed to memory that he could share with others, I think was one of the most powerful things ever. And
Yes, sir.
He was one of the great libraries we lost. I'm telling you, because
yeah.
he was definitely a walking history book.
Well,
Not a
I
history
don't think
book,
it's
a history
lost.
library,
Yeah,
especially about the UNIA.
I don't think it's lost because the amount of people that we've been encountering and that knows him and just connected is just like, he's still working his magic on everybody,
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to share that, but I also wanted to add, this is Black August, and Black August has a lot of meanings to a lot of people. There was a lot of struggle in Black August that some people think about, but there's also a lot of independence. A lot of African countries that gained independence in August. If you look at the calendar that we have, you'll see how many countries gained independence this month. We have a lot of prominent birthdays: Marcus Garvey, Nat Turner, and a host of other people. And it's a powerful month. The amount of history that we have right now, and to culminate with this celebration, it to me is very fitting, and I'm glad I was able to join this evening. But we just got to continue to honor this entire month.
Yes, sir.
Because it is very powerful, and it leads us to remember the struggle and the fact that we can gain independence. Use that Leo spirit that moves into that Virgo, you know what I mean? That time of year is a very powerful time of year. So, I'm just happy to close out this month with this meeting and this celebration.
Yes,
And it's a lot of sharing history and learning, but to us Garveyites, man, this is fun.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
We enjoy it.
Absolutely.
So, I just wanted to say thank you to all who planned this and put on this celebration, and we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you,
Yes,
brother.
I agree. This that month.
Division 401 Chicago, 330 DC, 429 Chicago, 106 Baltimore, 421 Atlanta. This is just the beginning. Next year, hopefully, we can have all divisions participating in this historic celebration. So thank you everybody for attending. Especially Chicago. I know y'all had a in-person event earlier today, so definitely appreciate y'all attending and sticking around. But we do unfortunately need to close out and get some rest for tomorrow.
One more thing. Long live Amy Ashwood Garvey and the spirit of Amy Ashwood Garvey. Thank you.
I was gonna say, Brother Marua, give Brother Shaka some vitamins because we wore him out today.
well, yeah, we had a big event for the All African People's Holiday. In fact, the President General and the first Assistant PG came up, and we honored our elders here. My mother got honored at PG. Yeah, it was real nice. It was well attended. This is like the 5th year in a row consecutively that we have done something for on the 31st. So it was, it was great. I mean, the red, black, and green was everywhere. So that was great. It was great.
That's good.
Yeah, we've been talking about the 31st for a few years, and this is the first time we've ever been able to officially have a program. So we got to do this every year. Look forward to the next year.
It's a holiday. It's our holiday. We need to come out. We come out for theirs all the time.
Absolutely.
It's our holiday. That's the holiday that was given to us in our Constitution, as you all have so eloquently stated. But it's our holiday.
Yes,
and that's what we was telling the people in the community. It's like, hey, look, this is your holiday. Go get you some food, have a seat, talk to some people. And it was great. Then when the PG came, oh wow, it was great, for our people to actually see our President General.
Yes, sir.
And that was it was a good thing. It was great.
All right, without any further ado, we will close out with our Ethiopian anthem. I hope our volume is good. No, it's not.
Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where the gods love to be, As storm cloud at night suddenly gathers, our armies come rushing to thee. We must stand up victorious, when swords are thrust outward to gleam. For us will the victory be glorious, when led by the red flag and green. Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free. Advance, advance to meet the foe. Advance, advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. Ethiopia, the tyrant's falling, who smote thee upon thy knees, and thy children are lustily calling from over the distant seas. Jehovah, the Great One, has heard us, has noted our sighs and our tears. With the spirit of love, he has stirred us to be one through the coming years. Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free. Advance, advance to meet the foe. Advance, advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. O Jehovah, thou God of ages, grant unto us sons that thee, the wisdom thou gave to thy sages, when Israel was sore in need. Thy voice from the dim has spoken, Ethiopia shall stretch forth the hand. By thee shall our fetters be broken, and heaven bless our dear fatherland. Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free. Advance, advance to meet the foe. Advance, advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. Brother Marua, would you I'll give you a break. Brother Cornelius, you there? Are you there to close us out with the motto? See how they do. See how they do. You be asleep. I was there the whole time. Brother Marua, would you please do us the honors of close us out with the motto and the slogan?
Yes, sir. I'll be honored. Everybody, please raise your black right fist and repeat after me. One God.
One God.
One aim.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Africa.
Africa.
For the Africans.
For the Africans.
Those at home.
Those at home.
And those abroad.
Those abroad.
Everybody, please go in peace and race first.
Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will.
Race first. Up, you mighty. Peace, family. Shutting down the